lots of other bird action. So I did call out the brown-headed parrot and, of course, the Cape turtle doves that are calling. There you go. That is Cape turtle dove that is calling right now as well. We're still waiting to see if we can't get one last visual. But a very cautious leopardess. It didn't seem like the lion was too bothered with her presence, even if she did know she was there. She was contact calling, so perhaps looking for others to join up with and then rest up for the day. But of course, we can't see what's going on. We do hope that Kalamba got away unscathed. I'm sure she has. It would have been a very quick beeline away, probably into another tree and to some more safety, kind of creating a little distance between her and the lioness. Those brown-headed parrots are also calling, still the Birchall starlings as well, and the Cape turtle doves. And a black-crowned chagra. So it seems that Kalamba has made a clean break. We haven't been able to pick up any other visuals again. I'm still just waiting to hear if we can't pick up on any of those lion contact calls or other vocalizations that might go on. Of course, if there is a scuffle, we'll hear that too. But I do think that she got away and is hopefully very safe right now. But I'm sure getting as far away as possible, putting as much distance as she can, using as much cover in the drainage lines and the rest to stay out of harm's way. Of course, there are lots of nice trees for her, so if she did need to, she would definitely use any of those trees around to obviously remain further out of harm's way. So we're waiting to see what's going on. We have lost visual for the moment. It is a little bit windy, so it is tough also making out any of the other audio that might be going on. Just waiting to see if anything does come into view at the moment. And another interesting animal that's also popped up, there's an elephant. You'll just be able to see that grey mass. It's one ear. Just to the top right of the frame at the moment. No doubt he or she is unhappy. I'm not too sure just yet. Let me just pick out the shape. But if there's anything that may bother that, we'll also hear vocalizations from the Ellie. And a lot of action going on. 3 of the big 5 in the space of 20 minutes here at Gari Dam. What a time to be alive this Friday. I'm still just waiting to see if we can't pick up on any of the other visuals. You'll just be able to make out the elephant's ears, kind of the shape of its back for the moment. So a lot going on. A really busy start. Rather fantastic. So there you go. You'll be able to see that rather dark shape there. That is the Ellie. As quick as we see it, as quick as it moves off. Masters of disappearing very quickly into the thickets. You just see its backside at the moment. So just wanting to see where the vehicle went. Perhaps we'll be able to pick up on the lines that might be around. I think resting up right now. But unsure. And obviously very thick. Bush is very thick at this time of the year, so perhaps quite tough for us to get visual. We'll just have to wait and see what unfolds. So it seems that we've been given the slip by both cats, one the rosette, the other the tawny lioness, and that Ellie also moving off into the thicket. It is also time for us to say good morning to Nick in Kariega and see what's going on down there.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve down here in the Eastern Cape, where we've got another perler of a day. Lovely conditions. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And we've started our escape to nature off with this beautiful group of eland. And as you can see, the sun is out, we've got some blue skies, the grasses are green, and if you were lucky enough to be with us during our sunrise safari here at Kariega this morning, you would have seen that we did have a spectacular sunrise. Lovely, vibrant red and orange colours, and an obliging male impala as a little silhouette. So I think our plan for the day is to really stick around some of the mud wallows, some of the water holes. Already now it's sort of 8:30 or so. The temperature's risen quite a lot. It is quite steamy already. So I'd expect a lot of movement around the waterholes, everybody trying to stay cool. You can see there's obviously been some type of communication amongst these eland here, that they've all decided, see, at that specific time, that it's time to go, it's time to move. So in terms of our position of where we are here, we're a little bit further southeast of Scotia Dam. They're kind of turning back potentially in that direction. Remember, eland very good at regulating their body temperature, at surviving with very little amounts of water as well. But if there is available surface water to drink, they'll definitely take that opportunity.
To wrap up our compelling World Wildlife Day celebration, we are sitting down to share a fireside chat. Join James, Steve, and ex-Springbok rugby player and conservationist Joe Peterson as they discuss this year's theme, Partnership in Conservation. They will be taking an in-depth look at each of the charities that joined us on safari and discussing useful ways that we can uplift one another. Come along as we make a difference together.
And you can see it's very peaceful between the two species here, between the eland and the buffalo. So there's no real reason to be competing. There's no real reason for aggressiveness or anything like that. You know, the eland have obviously been moving, but kind of just walking from A to B. At the back on the left there is a buffalo calf, but it's not like they're endangering that buffalo calf. It's not like they're, you know, in terms of their movements, separating that calf from the mother, which might cause a little bit of an upset. Everybody's very happy with each other. Remember, they're not competing either in terms of food sources. They are both herbivores. Buffalo being strictly grazers, but the eland being more sort of mixed feeders. Silk, I agree with you. It is a lovely texture and a lovely sort of palette of colours, varying from the greens to that soft sort of tawny colour of the buffalo. Every now and then there is a little orange flash of the soils, a few iron oxides in the soils, you know, giving it a bit of a contrast to the carpet of green grass. And even if you look at the eland specifically in terms of the variation of colour in individuals, you know, or rather as a species, you know, you look at the side of the body, how it's that definite sort of easy tawny colour on the eye, and a lot paler on the legs, and specifically for the males, they get more of like that bluish grey type of colour on the dewlap area. Very gentle colours though. You know, and everything's quite gradual in terms of the colour transitions. This morning in Escape, at least in Sunrise Safari, we were talking about the sort of the gradual transition of colours in a sunrise. You know, from your very saturated orange colours all the way to your almost like bluish colours in your pre-dawn glow. Yeah, very gradual transition. It's the same with these eland. Gradual change of colours from the more whitish colours on the legs to the tawny sort of rufous colours on the chest. Different to something like an impala. You think an impala's got that distinctive sort of three colour tone, you know, more whitish under the belly, darkish orangey colour on the top, and a kind of median colour on the side of the belly.
Sadly, we just did lose Nick there. We'll be back with him at some point in the course of the morning. We are here in Okakuyo, and you are with myself, Alex. Of course, very different scenes to what we were just enjoying down in Djuma at Gari Dam. What we have here is the ever-present plain zebra and wildebeest. And it seems to be the first of the Adams storks for today. Just cruising along here, trying to make extra sure of that, but to me that is exactly what is going on. Yep, you can see that long bull. Egyptian geese also calling, and a very busy start. There's some Namakwa sandgrass as well here. Ever-present doves. And it seems that this stork is injured. Well, it does look like it is foraging. It's just got one of its wings down, at least from what I can see. Perhaps that's just a weird coincidence. For now, we just have to keep tabs. It looks like some springbok coming down. There were some black-faced impala and some awesome choruses at the moment. My favorite listening to these sandgrasses. They really do have such an endearing little call. And it definitely seems like this stork is injured. Perhaps a broken wing. Just have to wait and see. Maybe just taking some sun. But can't get too much closer, so it is kind of a rudimentary observation for the moment. Nice to have this wildebeest as well. Coming right through for us too. Zebra scooting about in the background there. Like it was kind of chasing off one of the springbuck. The two Adams storks that are here. Blacksmith lapwings also calling. The remnants of some elephant activity too in frame. Looks like some wildebeest off in the distance too. Lots going on here at the moment. Springbok numbers rather strong. That little harem of zebra moving off. Looks like there's some more as well in the distance. Perhaps just an ideal time to sit back and enjoy a rather peaceful morning here in Okaukuea. The action has been non-stop since we started. And a fascinating scene that played out across in the Sabi Sands. But of course, different things going on in different locations. It's always cool to highlight and showcase these as well. That wildebeest has kind of done a lap around the entire waterhole. It doesn't seem like that stork is too injured if that is the case. Perhaps just kind of stretching out there. It was foraging, so that is a positive sign. It seems like we're going to have quite a bit of springbok activity throughout the course of the morning. I'm sure we will also have a lot of zebra harems coming down too. There's been lots of them in the area of late. No doubt some wildebeest, some gemsbok, hopefully some kudu too. Perhaps if we're lucky, ellies and giraffe. That remains to be seen. Definitely on the wish list for today. Hi Kitten, good morning to you. Thank you very much for your question. And kind of as a loose structure, they breed throughout the course of the year. They do drop their lambs whenever there is obviously a kind of an increase now towards, well, I suppose in the rainy season because of the high amount of vegetation and that is about. But it kind of is kind of a loose structure. That kind of then does happen. So no real set structure in the different groupings of the springbok. You can hear one or two wildebeest calling right now. The European bee-eater is still present. It's that typical GNU sound going off, and we've got a rather nice harem of zebra coming down to the water's edge too. So sitting back and enjoying a rather peaceful Friday morning. Lots of zebra coming through for us. And lots of springbok activity too. There's one wildebeest moving off in the shade at the moment. Nice just to sit back and enjoy the other bird vocals that are going on. Lovely to hear the sandgrass. And we've got 2 abenstalks that are here as well. Got a very busy morning here in Okakuya. Nice to hear those European bee-eaters. And of course, zebra being joined by other little harems as well. And their numbers swelling quite nicely for us. So always cool just to sit back and enjoy activity. And of course, the approach of different animals. So lots of zebra activity at the moment. A number of them wading quite deep in. There's more and more of them coming through. The second harem coming to join in. It looks like some wildebeest as well. That could be at the water's edge. Pretty imminently. So we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, lovely to have all this action. Springbok also hanging about for us. A little bit of cloud cover here today. Hi, Kendall. Thank you very much for your question and observation. Different types of soil really dictate the different types of vegetation that will grow in an area, and not necessarily how green it may be. Obviously, that will also be down to rainfall as well. But at the same time, different time or different substrates obviously dictate different grasses, and different grasses obviously grow in different areas, and they may be different colors or shades. Of course, they've all got different properties and structures as well, and shapes as they grow. So it really is the determining factor. Obviously rainfall, the type of grass obviously that then grows through with the substrate as well. So fantastic little bit here. The wildebeest coming right down here. Very, very cool. So awesome to see that. Looks like 1 or 2 calves as well. Hi, Dixie. Thank you very much for your question. And when I'm talking about the substrate, we're talking about the different soils and the properties of that soil in an area, the substrate. Then there, and obviously determined by different geographical movements and that. So it's basically the surface material on which organisms live and then grow and then obtain their nourishment then from them. So, obviously different geographical properties that are in different areas, and that substrate then obviously dictates the type of grass. So you'll get sweet and sour grasses in different areas, obviously some more dominant at times, and of course then purely sour and purely sweet in other areas as well. And that's also dictated to by the geographical variables that occur in an area. So it could be basaltic, it could be sodic, basic, alkaline, of course acidic as well. And those then lead to the different types of vegetation that then do grow, and what organisms and life matter might occur in an area. So nice just to sit back and enjoy the wildebeest that have come through. Of course, a rather good number of zebra that are here, and just listening to these European bee-eaters. Where's a nice little chorus, kind of taking over from the sandgrass. No complaints about that. Both of them very cool vocalizational call. A little bit of the zebra bray off in the distance, and a black-faced impala also starting to make its way down to us at the water's edge. Clearly a good little flock of European bee-eaters around. Lovely to hear them hawking insects and the rest out now. And this lone impala ram coming through to join us too. Still got one or two sandgrouse in the area. I'm just picking up some of that audio too. So more and more zebra action. Another little harem coming to join. Actually seems like 2 or 3 pockets of little harems of zebra coming through for us. Nice to have it all this action across here in Etosha. Wildebeest also hanging about. 1 or 2 calves there, slowly getting into a rather dark coloration. They start off tawny, and within around 3 months or so, they're becoming rather dark like the adults. And of course then growing in size and maturing. So this impala hanging around for quite some time. Awesome to have it here as well. Really lots going on, so no complaints from this end. Nice just to be able to enjoy all the wildlife that has joined us right now. Hi, Ariana. And yes, they are very camouflaged. As you'll notice when they kind of approach and from a distance, they kind of almost look like little shadows. That contrast between the white and black stripe does kind of mean that they look almost brown in the distance, very dark, kind of a dull color from there. And of course, when they are in numbers, those stripes and also kind of add towards a form of camouflage, because it's very tough to make out an individual, and they are all milling about in that as well. So it's tough to be able to pick out one zebra from the harem or herd. Of course, the stripes have another number of beneficial uses for the zebra. Everything in nature has a use. Everything in nature is perfect, perfectly imperfect even at times. There's nothing in nature that isn't perfect. So this Impala ram coming right through in front of us. Lovely to see. It's like 3 Adam stalks here at the moment. 1 or 2 springbok on the other side. And the zebra continuing their stream through to the water's edge right now. So very cool. Of course, we're also going to be waiting to see how big Adam's stalked flock is for the day. They are still around. Perhaps they've started to depart. Something to keep track on or of. And of course, a number of other things that we need to just keep tabs on for the course of today. But lots going on, no complaints. You can actually hear the zebra as they move in and out of the water. Kind of sloshing sound. Number of little foals as well that are around today. Nice to see them too. Blacksmith lapwings. It looks like the cloud slowly burning off. No doubt going to be a scorcher here. It does change throughout the course of the day. Not too windy either at the moment. Morning, Sheila. Yes, it really is so peaceful watching herbivores come through in good numbers like this, and of course, being rather relaxed, enjoying a drink, and then heading on for some grazing more than likely. But nice just to sit back and enjoy peaceful scenes. Hi, Joe. Thanks very much for your question. And I would say the zebra bray is probably similar to a donkey, more so than a horse. Of course, they are all three of those rather unique. And when we do hear the zebra, it's pretty iconic as well. Definitely a sound of the African bushveld to listen out to. But quite typical of the equine family. They are rather unique and separate those calls as well. So a zebra bray, kind of more similar to a donkey's bray to me, as opposed to a horse's neigh. But, good numbers of Springbok as well have joined us. Again, another harem of zebra coming through. So lots and lots of action. Little foal here too now. Rather cute to see.
Yeah, welcome back to Kariega, where we've got a few more zebras. Beautiful, wide open view here of the clearings. So you can see these zebras doing a little bit of active feeding here. Remember, for them, they're not so lucky in terms of they are not ruminants, so they've got to actively feed a lot more compared to something like the eland that we saw, the buffalo that we saw. feel like they've well adapted, well built for the heat that we've got here today. It's definitely going to be a very warm day here. Obviously you can see predominantly white coloration, you know, which is obviously going to help to reflect a lot of the heat. Technically speaking, they are black and white rather than sort of white and black. You know, if you look at the muzzle of a zebra, that is completely black. There's obviously no fur there. Remember, on the inside of the front legs, there is that bare patch of sort of calloused skin, which prevents the hooves from cutting and puncturing that skin when they're sitting down. That is also black. The penile sheath of a male will also be black. So if you did have to shave a zebra down, take all of its fur off, it would be black. So it is more of a black and white animal. And a nice little bit of grooming going on here between a few of the different individuals. You can see that one on the left hand side, I think is laying down somewhere, where you can see his rump has got a little bit dirty. That's why there is that difference in color. So remember, they are the Burchell zebra, which do have that very characteristic shadow stripe. You look at the one in the front that's facing to the left, look at his rump, and you can see kind of just beneath those very dark, bold black markings, how there is that more of a dirty colored sort of smudge. That is the shadow stripe itself. See if we can get a little closer in here. So obviously you will get the oxpeckers that'll go onto these zebra and kind of help to move through the fur and pick off the ticks and things, but a little bit of physical grooming like this never hurts. Darren, if the zebras did get too hot, no, they would not mud wallow like a rhino would. I've actually never seen a zebra sort of swimming to cool down. You know, they'll sometimes cross a river to get from A to B. But you think about sometimes how a buffalo or even an elephant will go into a waterhole and swim. Zebras won't really do that to cool down. There is the potential chance of crocodiles that they have to be careful of. Then obviously in terms of rolling around and covering themselves in mud, they won't really do that. They will dust bath, you know, on a dry road. You'll often see them rolling around on the road. That's more to protect the skin from ticks and insects and fleas and things like that. In terms of cooling down, you know, they've got a lot of that whitish color reflecting the heat like we talked about, and sweating is going to be a really big one, which is going to help to cool them down. That's going to be their main source of thermoregulation. You know, zebras are another one that is, you know, the thermoregulation tactics are so good that in the middle of a very hot day, they would be quite happy to kind of still stick around in the middle of these scotia clearings. You know, I mean, if it got really hot, if we had an absolute steamer, a scorcher of a day, they could always head down and find a patch of shade and rest up in the shade. You know, it's not all too often that we've seen the zebras here heading to shade on midday, but I mean, if they're feeling really hot, why not? You know, you'll often see things like male Inyala doing that, kudu doing that, bushbuck doing that, impala will even do that. And we do have a really nice group of blesbok on the left hand side as well. Good size group. It's always interesting how the blesbok are always able to find whenever they settle down, they always seem to settle down in those slightly more open areas that are, it's just like a carpet of green. I mean, obviously, generally speaking, the whole area where we are here is like a big open clearing. But if you look at specifically where they are, it's like a lawn where they're lying. It's a perfect, almost trimmed lawn there. Obviously, a lot of new grass growth has come through there. Not too many of the little shrubs and things growing there. And just nice and flat, as there aren't heaps and mounds all over the place. And it's nice to see, you know, different pockets of animals in the clearing. Obviously, we've got the zebra that we're having a look at. We've got the blesbok here. We had the eland earlier and the buffalo. The buffalo have since moved off. I can't see them for the moment. So they have potentially gone down the slope, maybe even slightly closer towards the Kariga River. But they're not on the top of this almost plateau where we are at the moment. Found themselves a slightly different spot to go towards. But it is just a pristine day here at Kariga today. Gentle breeze puffing along. Grasses are green. Animals are all a bunch of happy campers. I think it would be lovely to see if we could potentially find some giraffe. On my first afternoon back here from leave, had that beautiful view of the buffalo in the foreground right at the end of our sunset safari, and 3 giraffe making their way across the open plain. It'd be nice to see if we could get some giraffe potentially drinking today. And I was chatting to some of the other guides, here at Main Lodge at Kariga. They did find some tracks of lions this morning, but it's just I think too hot today to be heading out to look for lions. I think they're more than likely going to be resting up deep in a patch of shade somewhere. Stuart, just distributionally, we don't really find them there. I'll have to have a look at historical records, but distributionally, you look more down here towards the Eastern Cape. Look at Amakhala as well. We get quite a lot of blesbok at Amakhala. So it definitely is lovely to spend a good amount of time with them. I can see a buffalo far in the distance marching along. It's a gazillion miles away at the moment, but I'll potentially look to pan across there just now. I did see a single female buffalo by herself this morning, and it might be that single female, but I'll wait until she gets a bit closer. But I think in the meantime, let's take you across to Cedric, who has got a beautiful surprise for us all.
Yes, thank you so much, Nick. And can you believe it? We have got some wild dogs here at Madikwe, but definitely quite fast asleep for the morning, as they have been quite active. They're usually more active early hours in the morning, looking out for anything to hunt. But if there is any impalas coming through this area, I'm sure they will take that opportunity and go and hunt them, especially that it is nice and cool around here at Madikwe this afternoon or this morning, and I think we are going to have quite a beautiful escape to nature. But yes, I'm looking forward to this morning, and I'm hoping that we are going to find some amazing things. Well, so far, so good. What a way to start escape to nature with some wild dogs. But yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera with me this morning is, once again, it's the eagle. Boom. So yes, so what a way to do it. So thanks, Nick. I'm hoping that you are having a great time down there in Kariega. Of course, that is down in the Eastern Cape. And while we're sitting all the way up in the north, in the northwest area of South Africa, in a beautiful reserve called Madikwe. And I think it's amazing that we can get to see these wild dogs. Well, I'm trying to figure out, looks like there is 7 of them. And the 3 on the 1 and 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's another one there. So there is 7 wild dogs that's situated here in this pack. I spoke to Andrew about the wild dogs. Apparently out of the 7 here, 5 of them are female adults and 2 adult males. But I am just gonna, we just got here now. It was quite a trek to get to these wild dogs. We had to come up all the way up to the northern area of Madikwe. So we're just south of Botswana. And so at least we can come and get to see these most endangered carnivores in Africa. And it is quite a pleasure to see them, and definitely something that we will sit here for the morning, and hoping that there is quite a few impalas around the area. So Ian, yes, definitely a boom shakalaka for this one. I am so excited to see these beautiful carnivores here in Madikwe. And you can just see the one that's very light. You can see quite a large one, most probably a male, definitely larger than the females. And you can just see beautiful coloration, and each one's got a unique pattern to them. So I'm not too sure, I haven't got too much information on the wild dogs of Madikwe. Of course, that will come over time, just to see exactly the dynamics of the packs this side. I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, I think there might be just 2 packs around here. But I mean, the Madikwe is quite a large reserve. I mean, Madikwe is about 80,000 hectares. So if I'm looking at the size of Madikwe, it's pretty much the same size of the Sabi Sands. Well, that's Sabi Sands with Mala Mala that used to be, of course, incorporated with that private reserve. So it is a big reserve. So actually, it's a good size to keep a pack or 2 in this area, because wild dogs can really move great distances and very quickly, and they need quite a huge area to do that. If not, it could become quite a bit of a problem on killing a huge amount of species, because they are one of your top, I can say, most successful predators around here. But you can see they are very much settled down at the moment. They're not going to be doing too much for now. I'm just keeping a close eye exactly to see, as I say, I just want to see, there is one that is collared here. But that is all due to research. You must understand, if you've got an endangered animal, like your cheetahs, like your wild dogs, they do want to do research on them. They want to make sure that there's enough research on these individuals, and of course the pack itself, just to see the movement, just to see exactly what they're doing, and if they're not getting into any, how can I say, trouble with other predators in these areas. Because your lion population here in Madikwe is also quite high, and so they just want to make sure that it's not going to overpower these smaller predators like the wild dog itself. And you can see this female has been collared. So of course they do keep a track on them, especially on this individual. But it doesn't look like they've eaten this morning. You can see the tummies are very flat, so they weren't successful with anything around this morning. Got one a little bit active here. Well, it looks like that female, I think she's just going to look for some shade under that bush there. Yeah, no, she's just going to take a little bit of cover. But as I say, with that, you can see with her, she's got that collar on. Whoop, and then got one that's busy riding a bicycle, yeah. I think that's, yeah, it's just a female. Let's take a look. It looks like, so 1, 2, and one that's walking there. So another female. So it's, yeah. So Andrew said there was 5 females and I think 2 males that's in this pack. That one that's getting up now definitely is a male. You can just see the size, the difference there. Oh, a lot of greeting happening here. It's amazing when they all of a sudden get up and they start greeting each other. And just, of course, a lot of respect goes out to the alpha male and alpha female. So they all make sure that the 2 of them are pretty much respected and knowing that they are going to be the pair that's going to be breeding for the pack itself. Don't walk into the tree there, watch out. Yeah, it's usually that the sun looks like the sun is slowly but surely going to be coming out now, so I'm sure they're going to start. Aardvark 10, why do they drag their bottoms on the floor? Well, Aardvark 10, I think maybe they've got an itch on their bum. I don't know. I'm sure if there's an itch, they don't have hands like us that we can scratch our bums and all that. Yeah? So, yeah. So I think maybe a little bit of an itch under the tail, and then rather just scratch. It's the same as the dogs at home. Sometimes like the worms as well. You get those worms, and sometimes it makes them itch quite a bit, and then they drag their bottoms like that, try and get rid of anything that's coming out of their bums. Never know. But as quickly as these wild dogs have got active, they have just decided to go and settle down under that nice bush. So you'll find on a day like this, I think most of the time they'll actually really try and rest for the day. And then maybe later this afternoon, once it starts cooling down, once it gets to a little bit of that ambient light, you'll find then they'll start becoming more active and start looking for something to go and hunt. And just by looking at their tummies this morning, or for now, it doesn't look like they have eaten anything. So I'm sure they'll definitely get active. And there's impalas, funny enough, while we were coming up to these wild dogs, there were impalas just south of us. And I really thought that maybe I'm going to take an opportunity and then head into that area, but clearly not. at those big, beautiful ears. And it's amazing how quickly they can pick up on sound. So when they do move through areas, and when they comb through areas for looking for any prey species, and with those large ears of theirs, they can really pick up on even impalas, steenbok, duiker, just chewing on grass or eating on something a few meters away. They can pick up on just that slightest of sounds. And it'll actually pick, how can I say, it'll change their direction directly to that prey species. It's also that typical whooping. So sometimes they all disappear in different directions, chasing after different individuals in like a herd of impalas, and when they have to start locating on each other, they do their typical whoop, 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 whoop. And when they start calling like that, they can really locate each other very quickly like that, with that whooping noises. Starbuck, good morning. Look, that squeaking noises is when they do greet each other. I've heard wild dogs the other day. Who was I with? I think I was with James, or was it with Taylor? I can't remember. I think it might have been Taylor. Where, of course, the dogs all of a sudden, a pride of lions came in and stole their kill. And the dogs were actually making a barking noise. You can actually hear them bark. So they act like, it was like almost like a whoa, whoa, whoa. So yes, they do make that barking noise. So they've got different communication noises when it comes to communicating between each other, like greetings. When it's locating on each other with a whooping, that whoop, whoop, and then of course when there is maybe danger in the area, like those lions, where they make the barking noises. So there is different noises that they do make. It's the same as hyenas. Hyenas got as well. Remember, hyenas got several different calls when it comes to danger, when it comes to greeting, when it comes to dominance, when it comes to mating. So there's different noises with that as well. So it's not just the one noise. It's lions, leopards. Most animals have different noises when it comes to different situations. Looks like I saw a male that's walking in. Yeah, definitely hasn't. Billies don't look too big. But I definitely enjoy that squeaking noises. I love it when they talk, like when they're communicating with each other, greeting and all that. And it's got that very high pitch noise. Well, I cannot make it. I'm not going to try. I think if I try, it's going to be quite embarrassing. So I'll just leave it up to maybe a video. Maybe you can go and Google the noise. But yeah, but it is quite fascinating. Even with hyenas. So when, of course, wild dogs, even when they interact with hyenas, I've also got quite a different vocalization that goes down in different ways for different things. Definitely quite pleasant out here at Madikwe this morning. I think it's nice to have a little bit of overcast weather. We did have some rain last night. There was some rain. I think it was about 5 mils that we had around this area last night, or this morning. That was quite nice. Rashawn, good morning. Yes, definitely. I think because it's so, because there's the project and the research is quite high with wild dogs. And I think if one of the dogs do get sick, I think it's just for safety reasons for the other dogs as well. You know, you never know. It could be canine distemper, it could be rabies. You know, it could be something like that that would actually affect the rest of the pack. So if one does get sick, definitely, I think the reserve will keep a very, very close eye on them, and maybe just to dart them and just to see and test it. Of course, the veterinaries as well, definitely that partake in a lot of the research around here with these wild dogs. So if one of them tends to look a little bit down and out, I'm sure they will just quickly take a look on what's happening. Because I mean, if you get a feral dog that's going to come into this area, and that could wipe out the entire pack in a matter of weeks. I mean, a feral dog, other words, a dog with rabies, for instance. If these dogs, wild dogs, get a hold of a dog that's got rabies, I mean, that rabies will spread throughout the pack in weeks, and it'll pretty much wipe out the wild dog population here. So you have to really keep a close eye on them. That's exactly the same as down in the Greater Kruger Park. So the Greater Kruger Park has got a lot of the research going down that side. I know a guy called Grant Beverly. He runs the research of wild dogs in the Greater Kruger Park, and that's what they do. So they just monitor these animals day in and day out. But yeah, we've got 7. I know that they have got that pack of 7 this side in Madikwe, so this is the pack of 7. Now, I wonder if there is... I don't think there is another pack. Do you know, Igor? Or is there another smaller pack with about 4? Okay. Yeah, it's a big reserve, yeah. Well, which is a good thing. I mean, Madikwe is a fantastic reserve, really, with that kind of size, 80,000 hectares. That is huge. To get from north to south or east to west takes not just a few minutes, it takes an hour or 2. So definitely enough space for 2 packs. If I almost said 2 pack. 2 packs in this reserve. There's a lot of the black, so like where they're lying under now, it looks like a black monkey thorn. Anna, yes, well, it is nice to see them peacefully out. Look, when wild dogs are quite active early in the morning, late afternoon, and when you are following them, it is such a mission. It can become very tricky just keeping up with them because they don't just walk. It's not like a leopard that's just walking down the road, or a pride of lions that's just walking down the road. They do typical like a trot, so they kind of trot all the time. They trot down the road, and to keep up with them, yeah, it is quite a tricky business. And yes, I think we are definitely fortunate to see these wild dogs fast asleep, pretty much passed out at the moment. As you can see, all fast asleep. But things can change up very quickly. So I mean, we will have the dogs really passed out and sleeping like this now, and get a herd of impalas coming through here, or a male chasing another male impala coming into this area. Definitely, you're gonna get these dogs' tails up very quickly to see if they can take that opportunity to chase down that impala. Because there's quite a few just south of us. There's not quite a few. There's loads of impalas down here. So I'm sure that these wild dogs here in Madikwe, I think their denning time, their denning areas or their denning time for the year as well might be like the breeding time for them is also, I think, between May and October. So it's the same, almost the same like we got in the Kruger Park or the Greater Kruger Park. So from about May, they'll start looking for an area to den. And then of course they'll have their little pups at that time, and then they'll hang around that area for quite some time. Like usually they have like now they've got like a home range. I mean, home range, these wild dogs will travel throughout the park. There's no set area for them. They'll travel throughout the park. But once they have the pups and they have a den site, then they'll tend to hang around in a set area. And then they become like almost like territorial. They have a set area so that they don't go too far from the pups. And if they do make a kill, they'll come back to where the young ones are, regurgitate some meat for them, and then of course they'll stick into that area. And then around about September, October, that's when they will start moving away from the den site. That's when the pups are old enough to start moving with the adults, and that you'll tend to see they'll become like a home range again. They'll use the entire area to roam around in. So I'm not too sure if these wild dogs had pups last year. I don't see any juveniles with them. I think all 7 looks like adults to me. You can even see any little bit of noise. They look like they're sleeping, but trust me, as soon as there's any activity around here, those ears are working, their noses are working. So if there's anything that comes up here, they'll pick up on that very quickly, and their heads will be up, and they will be quite on alert for whatever is approaching them. Yeah, Rashawn, thank you. Oh no, well, we found the wild dogs. I think the next mission is the brown hyena. Rashawn, I think brown hyena will be nice, but I think I need a Madikwe leopard. I think I need a Madikwe leopard. I know. Look, I love brown. I mean, I want to see a proper brown hyena. As I said, I've just seen one very briefly, and then it was gone. But I would love to see a leopard around this area. That would be fantastic. Can you imagine that? Never know. I think Madikwe's got so much to offer. It's a brilliant reserve. It's beautiful. It's got the most amazing, how can I say, areas to drive in. This beautiful red soil with all these amazing acacias around here. It is really stunning. It's I think the topography of this area is just stunning. But yeah, Rashawn, let's see. Maybe we get a brown hyena. I might later on head over to where we had a wildebeest carcass that was stashed under one of the bushes, not too far east from where we are now. And there was lion tracks all over the show. And while we were sitting there last night, just before the end of drive, Igor and myself heard a warthog being killed just south of us. It was quite a how can I say, an eerie noise of warthog being killed, but it was quite deep in, so we couldn't see anything. It was just pitch dark. So I might actually head over into that area later on, and just to go and follow up on what's happening around there. As I say, it's not too far from where we are at the moment. How's my tummy? Sorry. My tummy's growling. I thought it's 10 o'clock. I think we'll actually have a snack just now.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. And our eland have slowly shifted position from where we saw them earlier. And they're in a lovely sort of slightly open crest here. There's a bit of a breeze puffing, and you can see how pretty much all of them are facing to the left-hand side, which is quite a common behavior amongst the antelope species. You know, so by having the wind blowing against their back, it enables them to hear better. Obviously, if they're facing the wind, it is that much harder to hear clearly. And for the eland, their sense of hearing is an important sense. It is a well-developed sense as well. And it's just quite cool to see them kind of lined up, how you've got the few on the left-hand side kind of all sitting down when they raise their heads up. At the same time, there's a nice little bit of symmetry. Kind of going all the way to the back, you know, you've got that one standing up, a female standing up, and then the big male right at the back, who's a lot bigger than everybody else. Just kind of doing his thing there. But even in sort of stormy conditions, obviously, you know, our conditions are perfect now. You look at when big storms and things come in overnight, you look at things like big impala herds, they'll often turn their back to the rain. You know, same concept there, it allows them just to hear a little bit better. It's also not comfortable, you know, having rain driving into your face, into your ears and things like that as well. And during those types of conditions, when a whole group of, let's say, impalas do have their back turned in one direction, it obviously makes animals slightly more vulnerable. I mean, where these eland are now, it's fine and it's not like it's stormy or anything like that. But quite often I've seen that when those storms do come in, predators like lions and leopards do take advantage of that. You know, the rumble of thunder, the rain driving in a constant direction, the wind kind of swirling around. Predators will often use that to their advantage to help conceal their movements, getting a little bit closer to antelope species. I'm just going to pan out a little bit and show you some of the surrounding area here. So we've still got our blesbok. We've got rhino down there in the distance, slowly plodding along doing his thing. There's a little bit of a dip, a little bit of a depression. Not too far from where he is, there might be a little bit of a mud wallow that he could potentially head to. So just a lovely day out and about. Plenty more blesbok. And a trio of zebra, the trifecta. So I have positioned myself closer to one of the little mud wallows in the hope that potentially those rhino might come here, warthog might come here. And while I've been waiting here, I wanted to show you the zebra, but I'm going to continue to pan along, and as you can hear, just keeping my voice down a little bit. I'm probably about 10 meters away from this little mud wallow, and we do have a visitor here, and she is super close. Looks like she's potentially coming down for a drink. I'm hoping. I am zoomed all the way out. Ah, she's playing hard to get here by the looks of things. So potentially she might just be kind of maneuvering around the waterhole to try and find the best footing of where she could drink. Just having a look around. There's another giraffe, but quite far away from me. Remember, female giraffes do usually move around in groups and journeys. But she is a beauty. And I know I'm chopping her legs off well and truly, but she's just that close that I can't get all of her in. Stunning giraffe there. You can see the tops of the horns. There's those characteristic black tufts of hair that a female has. And not very broad horns either. Quite small, quite thin, very elegant little horns. Not the biggest female in the world. I think she can definitely still thicken out a little bit. In terms of height, she is quite tall already. Beautiful markings, quite a pale female. Ellen, no, I don't get too intimidated. I think it's also important to bear in mind that getting close to animals, it is always great. And if we're going to physically approach an animal, it needs to be done in a sensitive way that is not upsetting the animal. But in terms of what's happened here with this giraffe, I've been kind of parked off next to this mud wallow, hoping that something might come down, you know, filming the eland and the zebra and things like that. And this giraffe has come up from quite a distance off and has approached me. So she's obviously very comfortable with me being here so close to the mud wallow. She's comfortable with the vehicle. I'm trying to restrict my movements and things like that, obviously oscillating around a little bit with the camera as she's walking around. But in terms of bigger things like lions and elephants, you've just got to read each individual situation. Different species give off different signals that they are happy or that they're not happy with you there. You look at something really big like an elephant. If you know the body signs and the body language to look for, you're going to look for all of those signs before you potentially look to try and get a little bit closer. You know, and it's a nice surprise when animals do come a bit closer. But at the same time, we do have a good zoom lens, so there's no real need to push the boundaries or anything like that. Giving us a great opportunity to have a good look at her markings here now as well. So remember, it is quite characteristic of the females to be more pale than the males. You find some giraffe that have got very symmetrical patterns on the side of the stomach, some of them that are very asymmetrical in terms of patterns, some that are sort of quite jaggedy on the edges. You can see hers, she's got quite smooth sort of patterns on the edges there. I wouldn't say they're very symmetrical, but it's a nice kind of flow. You can see even for a female, she's well developed, she's well built. Look at that muscle going all the way up into the neck, the shoulder region there. There is a little bit of a breeze still coming across, so for her, you can kind of see that tail of hers is not really swishing side to side all too much, so there's not too many little insects or anything like that, little midges giving her a tough time, which I'm sure she's very grateful for. But I mean, if you have a look at those long hairs on her tail, that's a good fly swatter. You know, zebra's got a nice sort of luscious tail like that as well. In terms of the direction of where she's looking, she is looking in the direction of where that other giraffe is far in the distance. Alison, that's a good question. Giraffes have got such big hearts because it's a big-bodied animal. It's a big-sized animal, and that bigger heart is going to help it to pump that blood to the rest of the body. You know, if you think of how far it is from the head all the way down the neck, you know, to different areas, even to the rump. You know, there's a large area all the way through there. Obviously, the heart not being closer to the head, but I mean, just in terms of far distances, it's got to be able to pump good amounts of blood far distances. You know, relatively, you compare that to something like a zebra. So that bigger sized heart is really going to help that giraffe to do that and do it well. Nice to kind of get a little bit closer in on her head here and have a good look at her. Always when I do have a closer look at the head of a giraffe, it kind of reminds me a little bit of a camel. You know, if you look at the structure of the mouth, you look at the nose there, the nasal cavities, very similar to a camel. I guess if you look at the scientific name, you know, Giraffa camelopardalis, you can kind of see why it is included slightly in the scientific name there. So in terms of close-in portraits of giraffes, of faces and things like that, I mean, it's been an amazing view having her moving so close by, but this is not really the optimal position in terms of a close-in portrait for a photograph here. You can see how we've got a two-tone color in the background of her. You've obviously got the blue of the sky and then the dark green of the Albany thicket in the back. And that's a little bit disrupting. You kind of either want to have all blue or all darker green. Optimally, you'd want to have that darker green, just because it is going to be a darker color and it's going to help the face of that giraffe just to pop a little bit more. You have a look at the area beneath the eyes, you look at the ears, how much white there is there. That's going to pop out a lot more against a dark green background than a lighter bluish background. But sometimes you've just got to sit and just enjoy a sighting and not worry about it photographically all the time. See how her ears are coming forward there. There was just a little bit of a gust that picked up, a gust of wind. So that other giraffe that she was having a look at is quite far away, so I'm not going to pan across to it. But that giraffe has lain down, it has settled down. So it'll be interesting to see if this giraffe does the same. You know, there are zebra in the surrounding area, there's eland, there's that second giraffe, so there are plenty of other animals around in terms of this giraffe feeling comfortable. You know, lots of different eyes and ears. And this would be the perfect time for an oxpecker to just come and land on her. You know, now that we can really zoom in and get a lot closer to her face, it would be beautiful if that oxpecker went all the way through that mane, that longer ridge of hair in the top of her back, and kind of combed all the way through that. It's always interesting watching the movements of the oxpecker as they methodically work through each section of hair. You can see how she's kind of starting to relax down a lot. Her ears are not front facing as much as when she first got to the spot where she is. She can scan all around from here. She's got a good vantage point. I wouldn't be surprised if she did lie down here. Remember, she's not going to lie down and put her head on the side. She's not going to rest her head on the ground. She'll fold those legs in, keep that neck straight up. crystal 100%. It's a beautiful view here. You know, I guess you could even potentially look at this scene creatively as well, you know, from a photographic perspective. You know, you could even move to the side like this, and you know, you're blurring out your giraffe in the foreground, and you're kind of focusing in on that blesbok between the legs there. You kind of just gotta play with it. Obviously the body size of the giraffe, it's so big that by a technique of sort of blurring out the foreground here of the giraffe, it's either going to work or it's really not going to work. It's just nice to get a little bit of a different perspective. So obviously, if that is something that you were aiming to do with your camera, if you've got your camera on autofocus, that's going to be a little bit of a trickier one to do. So there's two methods around that if you were wanting to focus on these blesbok on the back. So the first one is change your lens to manual focus and use that manual focus ring to focus on the back there, which is what I've done here. Or secondly, if you wanted to stay on autofocus, you'd need to select a specific focus point. So normally, I mean, if you were shooting on, let's say, auto or something like that, your camera will automatically pick up the closest thing to it and focus in on that, which would in this case would obviously be your giraffe. But by selecting a specific focus point, normally your center focus point is going to produce the sharpest, sort of tackiest image, which is what you want. I wouldn't suggest choosing one of the focus points all the way on the side of the camera. So a lot of the new camera bodies that are coming out, you'll have many focus points to choose from. If you had bought a camera 5-6 years ago, you're probably only going to be dealing with about 9 different focus points to choose from, whereas nowadays you've probably got a good sort of 40 to 50 different focus points to choose from. And like I said, your center focus point going to be your strongest one to use. And remember, you could always put your camera in one shot as opposed to tracking. Focus on that blesbok, and then you could always reorientate. You could always recompose. So in terms of I was trying to do that technique that we've been chatting about with a photograph, I think I would more than likely use the autofocus, at least the autofocus technique. I'm getting myself muddled up here. I would use that autofocus technique, whereas for video, I think I would actually go preferably with the manual focus, just because remember, your camera will quite often make a slight whirring sound, and you may not want that to pop up on your video, so there'll be absolutely no chance of that obviously then. You know, sometimes if your camera does struggle to find exactly where that focus point is, it kind of it searches for that focus point, looking for focus, you know, close by to the camera, then further away, jumping in and out, and that can produce a little bit of a sound occasionally. Now off our giraffe moves. And you can see our blesbok have got a similar strategy to what our eland were doing earlier, in terms of all facing in the same direction. hard to choose where to zoom here. So our giraffe is just simply too close to be able to get him and the eland in the same frame. There are worse problems in the world to have than that. So these eland are sneakily edging closer, and I'm kind of hoping that they might actually come to this this little mud wallow. There is some surface water available for them to drink. Every time I've seen a giraffe approaching this little mud wallow to have a drink, they've always approached it quite cautiously. It's a little bit of a trickier spot for a giraffe to drink, just because they do splay their legs out to the side to try and get that support before they drink. And they always seem to struggle at this specific waterhole. But for something like an eland, that wouldn't really be much of a problem. You know, for your zebras, for your warthogs, it would be fine. And it's just nice to see so much peaceful coexistence between the species. You know, we were looking earlier at the eland and the buffalo. Now we've obviously got the giraffe and the eland. Everybody just gets on with each other. So what I might do here is just pan back towards the giraffe. It has just started to ruminate. And when you are close to a giraffe like this, it is always amazing to see, if you look carefully, you can actually see the bolus, that little ball of food being regurgitated up from the stomach all the way up the neck to the mouth, and then when they swallow it all the way down. You can see she just swallowed there. Have a careful look. There we go. Yeah, she regurgitated it back up. I don't know if you got to see that. The lighting is a little bit tough. But it's a funky sort of physiological way that they do things, and it's just amazing to see. So remember, she's a ruminant, that's why she's doing that. Something like a zebra. If a zebra had a long neck similar to a giraffe, you'd never see that happen. So remember, there's a lot of muscles in the neck of a giraffe, and all of those muscles will be contracted, pushing that bolus of food all the way up from the first chamber of the stomach back up to the mouth. So the technical term for that will be peristalsis, waves of peristalsis. Those will help that giraffe to force that food all the way up to the top of the mouth. So not that you would find a giraffe upside down. There would be a big problem if that did happen. But even with a giraffe upside down, if it was wanting to regurgitate food, the food would still be able to get from the stomach to the mouth by those waves of peristalsis. See how her ears have come forward there? She's listening intently. There was a male impala. You know that territorial call of the males as they start to come into the rutting season? That very sort of guttural type of call. That's what she heard there, and obviously has got her attention. But we've had some very obliging animals here today at Kariega. I mean, this morning on our sunrise safari we had that impala with that unbelievable sunrise. resting in the same spot for sort of 15 minutes. This giraffe has definitely read the script as well. Shelby, no, giraffes can't ruminate and eat at the same time. It's two obviously different processes. So in terms of when they are actively feeding, they wouldn't really, even if it were possible, they wouldn't want to ruminate at the same time. So when they are actively picking all of those leaves off of the trees and the shrubs and things like that, they want to physically chew that to break it down before they send it to the stomach. You know, they want to start that digestion process. So once they have picked those leaves and they start to chew it already in the mouth before it does head to the stomach, the digestion process will start. There are enzymes that will be released in the mouth that will help to kickstart that digestion process. Very, very minimal, obviously. The main digestion will obviously happen within the stomach and things like that. But a lot of that chewing helping to break down that food, and then the giraffe will swallow that, and it'll send that food to the stomach. Remember, the stomach divided into 4 chambers, being a ruminant, and it will be stored in that first chamber. Then when the giraffe wants to ruminate, like what we're seeing now, that bolus of food, once it's already been partly digested in that first chamber of the stomach, will be regurgitated, moved all the way from that first stomach up the neck, all the way to the mouth, rechewed once again, breaking that material, that food material down, and then when it's swallowed, it bypasses that first chamber of the stomach, goes to the second, digestion there, to the third, to the fourth, and then out the other end. So largely, if you do have a look at the dung of ruminants, very well digested dung, very fine dung. Whereas you compare that to a sort of a single chamber stomach to an animal, something like an elephant, very poor type of digestion. You know, you have a look at the dung of an elephant. You know, in summer you'll often find fruits and berries and things like that within the dung. You know, there's obviously that very well-known relationship of the elephants feeding on the marula fruits, and you have a look at elephant dung. Really only the outer casing of that fruit will be digested, will be really softened, and everything on the inside is still largely intact. So completely different strategies of dealing with digestion, of handling food. Just going to zoom out and pan to the side. There's a nice little bit of sort of repetition with some zebras here, and I guess, you know, when you look at your photography, leading lines and a bit of repetition is always nice in your photography. These zebras have kind of lined up very well here. Yeah, this one's breaking formation. But this is like paradise for all of the herbivores. I mean, look how green these grasses are. In terms of digestion, the zebra will be more similar to the elephant in terms of having one chamber in the stomach, very different to the giraffe. So obviously for something like the zebra having that one stomach, it's got to actively feed for a lot longer. You if you're a ruminant, you don't have to feed for long periods at a time because you've already got some food material to deal with. So if this giraffe that we were watching, if he really wanted, he could kind of move off, go and sit in the shade and ruminate. Whereas these zebras aren't so lucky. They've got to work a bit harder to get all of the nutrients that they do need. And remember, in terms of the body composition of a zebra, they've got that one-chambered stomach, and as a byproduct of that, quite gassy animals, so always quite bloated, quite full looking. So you can see, you're never going to see ribs. You can't see any ribs on these zebra here. But I think for the moment we're going to send you across to Cedric. It sounds like his wild dogs are up and on the move.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, nice that you got those giraffe that side. Well, we are still sitting here with, of course, our wild dogs here at Madikwe. And they did get a little bit active not too long ago. They heard some impalas just east of us. They were busy snorting, and it sounded like the males were busy chasing one another around. And these wild dogs got their tails up and they got a little bit interested, and they actually moved into that direction, but then they lost all interest and they came back to this little bush and went to go once again to go and lie down for the morning. But as I say, typical with any kind of predator. I mean, if there is that opportunity of taking something down, if there is that opportunity of a prey species that's coming through the area and they can see it is going to be worthwhile chasing, definitely they will go for it. But other than that, I think it was maybe those impalas were a little bit too far east, and that's why they decided to not go on a chase for them. But we are going to sit here definitely for a while longer and to see what plays out with these amazing dogs. You can see the one is just busy grooming the other one, maybe picking some ticks off the ears, those big fluffy ears. John, no, they all do hunt. All the members in the pack will hunt. Funny enough, John, sometimes you'll find there will be certain individuals in the pack that will actually instigate the hunt. So they'll kind of, it doesn't have to mean it has to be the alpha male, alpha female that has to instigate it. No, it could be maybe another individual in the pack itself, or another 2 or 3 individuals in the pack that will kind of enjoy doing, how can I say, doing the hunt and actually proceeding with the hunt. And then of course the rest will follow. So it doesn't just mean it will be the alpha male and alpha female. So yes, I mean, like what we just saw now, I think it was one of the other individuals that went out and, how can I say, decided to go and investigate on those impalas that were snorting just east of us, and the rest of them just followed. But yeah, no, they all do it on the hunt, and what's amazing about it, that's why they're so successful with their hunts. I mean, looking as one of the most successful carnivores when it comes from hunting to actually being successful on killing their prey, is that they actually do typically, how can I say, outrun their prey species, and around about 90%. Oh, we've got some zebras that's joining us here with the wild dogs. But I think zebra is going to be a little bit too big for the wild dogs. Of course, they'll take notice of that zebra approaching them. But I think the zebra is going to be too big, unless it's a zebra that's got a little foal with them, and maybe they might look at that. But other than that, it looks like it's just 2 adults. That's 3 or 4 or 5. Is a little one? Oh, there's a little one as well. Igor just gave me a heads up on that. Thanks, Igor. Igor with his young eyes. So yeah, looks like there might be a young one that's in this herd of zebra. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, they're going to, of course, many times you'll find these wild dogs, they'll kind of work this out now. They're going to try and see, is it possible, is it worthwhile, and is it going to be too risky? and you'll find sometimes zebras will actually chase wild dogs. So sometimes you'll find if it's a stallion will chase a wild dog because he will stand up for the herd of zebras, and he'll be the one that will make sure that his mares and his foals are safe from any predators. Alright, so well, this wild dog has definitely, as I said, it did take notice of that little foal that was here with this herd of zebra that's just moved away. Still following, still taking notice there, but unfortunately the stallion did to stand up for the herd. The stallion's now moved off, those zebras moved off now, they're heading away. So 10 to 1, I'm sure that wild dog is gonna. So I do apologize about the pole. We have got a roof on, so you will have none again a pole that'll be in view. But yeah, as you can see, the zebras are just pushing now way further east. It's amazing how predators pick up on that, youngsters. So very quickly, the wild dogs saw the adults coming through, and as soon as they saw that foal that was part of the herd, that the one dog decided, hey, listen, maybe there's opportunity here, and went straight there, straight towards those zebras. And yeah. Oh, here comes more zebra here. Sorry. More zebra that's just approaching this wild dog here. You can see them there. But there's no youngster amongst them. Yes, and then there has been cases, of course, there has been cases where, of course, wild dogs have taken down a zebra and all that. So it has been seen before, especially those big packs of wild dogs. So if you get sometimes a pack of like 20, 30 in a pack, and if you've got a zebra that's by itself caught unaware of those wild dogs, yes, there has been cases like that. So. But as you know, it is World Wildlife Day today, and we will be celebrating the World Wildlife Day by chatting about all wildlife conservation. Our teams all around will be joined by special guests during our PM safari, that is of course tonight. And Joe Peterson will be joining the Djuma team from our special fireside chat on the 3rd, and that's tonight of March at 8 PM Central African time. So be sure not to miss out as we celebrate our World Wildlife Day. And yes, I've got a special guest as well with me this afternoon here at Madikwe, and definitely looking forward to definitely the conversations that we are going to have with a special guest of ours, and to understand the importance of this day. Oh, that zebra is very light, huh? Like even the stripes are kind of not prominent on its hindquarters. Beautiful Burchell zebras here. And each one's got a beautiful patterning to them, just like the fingerprints of ours. Oh, ooh, there's a lot of... sorry, I just saw some things happening. There's also a warthog that's approaching a little bit further. We can't see it now, but hoping it might come into this direction. If it does, then you will get some action out of these wild dogs. But there's a lot of zebra playtime around this. A little bit difficult to see. Thanks, Igor. Igor's on his knees and doing somersaults here to get the camera in the right position. Well done. A little bit tough out there. See a couple of youngsters there and some adults that's playing in the background. I do apologize. You'll see there is some houses far in the background that side. That is Botswana. So you are seeing the zebras that's pretty much roaming here in South Africa, and the houses on the hill is Botswana. So we're on the northern side of Madikwe. Yeah, lots of zebras here. Not used to so many zebras. You're thinking about Djuma. If you got 5 zebras together, it's like, wow. Massive. It's a massive herd, exactly. 5 zebras, it's a massive herd at Djuma. But yeah, we've got 5 zebras, it's like an individual. Well, we're going to sit here and just watch these zebras, and of course having our wild dog that's resting to the side of us, just south of Botswana. Let's go a little bit further west of Botswana to Okaukuejo with Alex.
Thanks, Cedric. And wonderful scenes down there with the wild dogs and zebra interaction. And what we have at the moment is a plethora of springbuck that are down with us. Springbuck being the most active here today. Of course, lots of zebra action as well. And there's still one lone wildebeest in the shade just to the left of us under that big camel thorn. So lots still going on. Cloud cover seems to be building. We are hoping for further precipitation. We are kind of towards the tail end of the rainy season. We've got 1 month left here already. We can expect good rain at least. And we are obviously hoping for that to come through. There is a harem starting to come down as well. Another one is one that's just left us. We'll just hear the zebra braying amongst the European bee eaters for the moment. But lots going on. Lots of springbuck in the waterhole right now. And 3 Adams stalks today. So kind of getting to that point where They do kind of come through and congregate, or this is where they have started to do that. It does remain to be seen if they are still about for the day, and if we will see them in that rather large congregation. A little bit of jostling going on there with the springbok. Otherwise, rather precious scenes. Yet to hear any Cape Crows though today, so we'll just have to wait and see. But rather fantastic. I've had one or two of the Gemsbok down as well, and it'll also be quite cool if you see more of them as well. You can just see some of the Egyptian geese just in front of the springbok right now. And the springbok never too scared to wade into the waterhole. And doing exactly that, probably cooling down as well. So currently just enjoying all the springbok. You kind of hear them, a little guttural noise that's going on, a little bit of conversation going on with them. One or two sandgrouse still about, a couple of starlings and weavers too. Otherwise, a rather relaxing Friday morning, that is for sure. Very different from the scenes that we started off with. Kind of scene of panic across in Djuma with Tlalamba and one lioness as well as S8 being around, I'm told. But very different scenes here. Lovely to just sit back and enjoy the European bee eaters. Very cool indeed. So getting one or two more Abm stalks coming down. Other little harem of zebra also making its way through. And the springbok really dominating the waterhole dynamics at the moment. So we've just had one Abm stalk join the three that are here. Some zebras coming to join us, and of course the springbok really coming through in large numbers today. Lots going on, more zebra coming through. Of course we are here in Okukuya with myself, Alex. But it has been a fantastic start to E2N. We were in Djuma to kick start. We had Tlalamba the leopardess up in the tree, or treed by a lioness, and S8 the male lion. And then also had an elephant as well. And we've been across in Nek with Kariga, giraffe, Blesbok and Eland. And we've just left Cedric and Igor with wild dogs and zebra in Madikwe. So it has been rather fantastic. Of course, if you have joined us on this Friday morning, this is a live and interactive experience. So if you do have any questions or comments, points of interest, things you would like to know, things you'd like to chat with us about, and please do send those through. Lovely scenes here at the moment, very relaxing, nice to sit back, listen to some bird audio, watch the zebra harems come down, lots of little foals with them too, and enjoying the throngs of springbok that are also prevalent at the moment. So we're kind of approaching that time where the Avon storks have started to come down in good numbers. We're waiting to see if that will be the case once again today. Perhaps they've maybe moved off to a different area. Remains to be seen. We've obviously had very good numbers of them of late. Lovely audio of the European bee-eaters. Sandgrouse still a few around. And waiting to hear if any of the Cape crows are present. Hi Megan, no there aren't any frogs vocalizing right now. There will be a couple of different species about though that do come out once the rain does fall, and if it does fall. I'm not 100% sure of which species. I'm sure there will be some grass frogs, perhaps the odd cassia or cassia, maybe rain frogs as well, but it is a very arid area and I don't expect there to be a rather large offering of amphibians really. There are terrapin in the waterhole. They do fairly well. They do go after some of the bird species that come here, in particular doves. Yet to see that happen, but they are definitely here. But no, that sound is not the frogs, that is actually the springbok. So I've just pulled up a list of the frogs that are around here. There is the African bullfrog, Angolan reed frog, banded rubber frog, beaded sand frog, sharp-nosed reed frog, there's Picaz's tree frog, Buttigieg's cacao, broad-banded grass frog, bubbling cassina, bushveld rain frog, platanas, possibly are platanas in the waterhole, the Damaraland pygmy toad, Damaraland sand frog, golden back frog, and that's Darling's golden back frog, desert rain frog, the Dombi pygmy toad, dwarf grass frog, dwarf puddle frog, eastern olive toad, a flatback toad, giant bullfrog, Gibbs grass frog, Guinea shovel-nosed frog, guttural toad, Hush's pygmy toad, a Karuk cow, the Vango pygmy toad, knocking sand frog, long reed frog, the Myers toad, the Patches grass frog, marbled rubber frog. There's quite a few more. So lots going on here. But I think this might actually just be the entirety of Namibia. Trying to double check that. But lots of them in and around. But yeah, some of the others really are the bushbelt rain frog, the ornate frog, and the spotted rubber frog, which is actually Namibia's rarest frog that you find in the area. Of course, a number of other different types of reptiles that are around, triogamas, geckos, perhaps plated lizard, there'll be monitors around too, and other snakes. There's still quite a fair amount going on here. But waiting, as I said, still to see if the Adam storks start to increase in number. There's the first of our crows starting to call, but quite far away. There we go, getting closer and closer. Lots of zebra action. The springbok kind of dispersing a little bit now. We've had good diversity and animals here throughout the course of the morning. So we can't complain. Hoping for some gemsbok as well as some kudu as well. And maybe if we're lucky, some elephant and giraffe. But that remains to be seen. So patience gears always engaged here. Zebra bray. There's actually one zebra with a foal in the water, and there's another foal just off to the left-hand side, kind of on the southwestern bank of the waterhole. Hi T Money, thanks very much for your question. Interesting name, nice one, I do enjoy it. And let's rack my brain here. I suppose South Africa, just because I've spent the most time in South Africa, that's probably where I've had the most interesting sightings. One of those being a pair of male or mating leopards killing and taking on an aardvark. Very interesting thing to see. Not really kind on the ears, kind of like when leopards take warthog or lion take warthog as well. A lot of squealing noise going on. It was a very interesting sighting. Yeah, some interesting things across. Been fortunate to see a number of the smaller things: aardwolf, brown hyena, serval, caracals. So quite a few different things. I think the one that I'm really hoping to see at some point is a zorilla, or a polecat, striped polecat. But I dig and really enjoy honey badgers. They are cool, and I also love leopards, particularly male leopards, big dewlaps, very cool. Of course, iconic lions, black rhino, and the rest. So I've been fortunate enough to have a number of very good sightings of each of them. But one that stands out, definitely the mating leopard that killed an aardvark. Just sitting back enjoying the zebra coming through for us. A number of separate harems coming down and joining. Very, very cool indeed. Lovely to watch and see this. Hi Kelly, yes, it really is awesome. It's lovely just to sit back, enjoy, immerse ourselves with all the sounds and the action that we do have. Conveyor belt of zebra and springbok at the moment, and lots of vocalization.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful Wild Earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So it's all going down in Flavortown here in Okukuyo. Zebra, springbok, and foraging 3 Adam storks. Really having a good time. Waiting to see who else may come join us. Hoping to see some more wildebeest. We have actually quite good herds of them as well. Nice to see some of this year's calves, or the season's calves, also slowly starting to change over. And we're slowly starting to get some other bird audio as well. The Cape Crows getting a bit more vocal. The zebra seems to have taken podium position, pole position from the springbok right now. Hi Jerry, I'm yet to see an animal drown here at these waterholes. Perhaps a calf or a lamb, something small, if it was to maybe get caught, if there were animals and a large number of them congregated here and dispersing, maybe getting stamped over, stampeded over even. But the water's quite low in terms of level right now, and here comes a wildebeest, so it's quite low, and I think the chances of that happening are rather slim. But it doesn't mean it hasn't happened in the past, but I would think it would probably be one of the younger animals that would probably happen to. Hi Kylie, just to confirm, which 2 different species have the most interesting dynamics with each other? And I need to just maybe ponder that, but there's some interesting ones that obviously do occur in the bush. Obviously things like honey guides and that leading honey badgers, but even pale chanting goshawks that follow honey badgers as well. Quite an interesting dynamic. And I suppose another one that is quite interesting is when things such like warthog and hyena perhaps share a denning site. with regards to termite mounds as well. Is recorded, noted as well. Perhaps even with brown hyena in areas such as Madikwe 2. Something that is rather interesting. I'm just trying to think about a number of others. There are obviously lots of examples, and it's not uncommon for strange things to occur. I remember growing up, we used to have the bush babies living in the thatch roof, and that was over many years. We saw many generations of them coming through. We used to watch them as they used to head out and forage, and then have the thick-tailed bush babies come and play on the roof at night as well after that. So having two species of bush baby around was always quite fun and enjoyable. So I found that very interesting. Also things like lizards and snakes also using termite mounds. It's also quite fascinating. Aardvarks and the dynamics they create with regards to, digging burrows and then other animals taking those over. It's actually setting up a camera trap over a burrow system of bush pig in the Dulstrom area over December, and watching both suricats, so meerkats, bush pig, and brown hyena, and that using that system. So that was quite interesting too. So I suppose there's lots really, and it does depend on the areas you're in as to what kind of anomalies you may find in those places. So it looks like a bit of an ebb and flow at the moment. A lot of the zebra starting to move off. 4 Abum storks still hanging around. Cape crows getting louder and louder, and there's one gemsbok just off to the right. A couple of springbok. Some enjoying the shade, some coming through for a drink. And a rather calm day. A little bit of the cloud cover kind of moving about. Perhaps even burning off. Still lots going on, and awesome to just sit back and enjoy the dynamics of the waterhole for the day. So patience gear currently being involved or engaged. Got another harem kind of doing a relay changeover, the one that is here. And springbok still hanging about. So it's exactly our plan. Hanging about, sitting back, enjoying. One wildebeest coming through. Gemsbok seems to have moved off. But sitting back and enjoying the action as it unfolds. So still the same scenes and similar theme playing out. Zebra, wildebeest, springbok, odd gemsbok as well coming through to join us. Otherwise, some cool bird audio. Nice, just sitting here enjoying a relaxing moment and taking in kind of midday, mid-morning on Friday, the 3rd of March. So it looks like we're about to see a second or another changeover between the zebra and another little harem coming through, but they're more in the background as well. So the number's probably swelling, watching them also disperse back. And springbok still hanging about. Hi Gina, those are the ever-present Cape crows, and they can be rather loud and pretty ominous as well. But that is definitely the crow that is calling. Good numbers of them. We also get the pied crow here, but in far smaller numbers. But the Cape crow definitely doing the most. Hi Penny, and that is definitely the choir of crows, the murder of crows. Lots of them around and being rather raucous and loud today. I'm probably quite happy that the Adam Storks haven't come through in their numbers. There's some gemsbok as well, just moving through the frame. The wildebeest on the other side there too. But the crows taking over the airwaves right now and really enjoying themselves. And Mel in my ear saying the crows taking over like pros, and that is 100% correct. Probably quite a daunting prospect, just having crows around yourself, obviously with that kind of reputation and the connotation of the crows, although coming from what is thought to be the cleverest of the birds, crows and ravens. That family of birds in the avian world. A little bit of a zebra bray there. A very cool scene that we do have in front of us right now. You can actually see little flocks of the crows, the shadows coming past us. They're obviously quite big, not as big as the pied crows, they're relatives. And there are the murder of crows. Lots of them around at the moment. So we've had very peaceful and awesome scenes sitting here at the Okakuya Waterhole, but it's time for us to head back over to Cedric and Igor and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Thanks, Alex. It's so nice just to come back this side and to take a look at this amazing elephant. We've got a beautiful male. He just came into the same area where the wild dogs are, but the wild dogs did not get up at all. They are still just resting to the side of me, but we are just going to watch this male elephant for now. As he is, I'm hoping he's not going to move away from us. He did have a little bit of a snooze. Yeah, he was like just hanging around one of these trees for like the last 5 minutes, very still and not moving at all. So maybe he had like a quick siesta. Maybe he might just move on, but he's got beautiful tusks. You can just see that white coming through between the bushes there. He's got absolutely stunning sized tusks on him. And I did get a question yesterday. I asked if do the elephants here in Madikwe have larger tusks than the ones in Djuma? Well, you know, that's one thing I can say is we did take a look from yesterday, once again looking at this male. Their tusks are definitely more robust, much thicker. Not as long, they've got long ones, but definitely very thick tusks here in Madikwe. And there is some amazing males that's carrying those tusks around with them. I mean, this guy's not the oldest. I mean, he's, you know, I'd say maybe just past mid-age, maybe a good 35, 40-year-old. Just by the size, when I saw him coming towards this tree, I just looked at his size. And then, of course, the indentations on his temples. They went so deep. But he's got, for his age, definitely nice sized tusks. But yeah, unfortunately, he has tucked his head amongst the bushes. I'm hoping that he'll maybe turn around for us. Maybe he can kind of come back this way. But I doubt it, because he did come from where we are now. So I was speaking to Andrew as well, because he's got quite a bit of the history on Madikwe, and we were talking about, of course, numbers of elephants around here in Madikwe. And he said it was around, I think he said it was plus minus 1,600 elephants here in Madikwe, which is a proper amount of elephants. But then again, if you've got a reserve of 80,000 hectares, which is quite large, I think 1,600 elephants should be a good carrying capacity for that size reserve. So, I don't know. I'll definitely take a look, because every reserve is going to have a different amount of elephants. Of course, I'm talking about, when I say carrying capacity, meaning how many of that certain species are they allowed on the property. So it depends on, of course, the size of the property And on top of that as well, it depends on the water availability of water around in the area, vegetation types. So there's a lot of factors to kind of consider when you have to put a number of animals of that certain species that's allowed on the property. Well, how many they can put on that property. So yeah, so the thing of 1,000, 5,600 elephants, that's a good amount. I think that's I mean, we definitely took a look yesterday, and I mean, sure, there is quite a few elephants around here, but nice vegetation, a lot of water holes around here, so I can understand. Liam, do elephants lie down and sleep during the night? No, not really, Liam, not during the night per se, but they can sleep during the daytime if they want to. They can lie down, but usually your older ones, your bigger, like the bigger ones, the big males, the big females, you know, the body is very heavy. I mean, a 6-ton male lying down, it's not going to be the greatest thing for the organs inside. So sometimes it's too much pressure on the lungs, and they can actually do a lot of damage to their organs. So you'll find many times that the bigger ones, the bigger males and the big females, tend to maybe lie or lean against trees or lean against termite mounds. So it's an easy way for them just to kind of get up, and as I say, an easy way just for them to just rest a bit by leaning against something. But lying down flat, you'll see like the younger ones and like the teenagers, they'll tend to sometimes lie down, but on softer areas like your riverbeds, your little drainage lines, anything that's got like nice soft sand, you'll find that the younger ones will lie down like flat, but not just at night time. That'll be during the daytime, at night time. As it all depends on if it's in the family herds and all that. It depends if it's the matriarch when she wants to stop and rest. But that could be any time. But other than that, you must understand, 85% of their 24-hour day is feeding. So 85%. So there's no sleeping then. So nighttime they will feed, daytime they will be feeding. It all depends on that matriarch. It all depends on that individual when they want to quickly take a nap. But it's a very short interval. So I mean, 20 to 30 minutes. Naps and all that, and like, yeah, I mean, I've seen elephants sitting or standing around a tree for a good half an hour, 40 minutes, just absolutely doing nothing, just of course flapping their ears, keeping the blood nice and cool on a hot day, and just really resting in that way.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one. But we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
can just see that tusk. Look at that. It's such a thick. So thick. Come on, turn around for us, boy. We want to see you nicely. I'm just getting an African salute here from him. A wrinkly bottom. Very wrinkly bottom. You can see he's definitely had a mud bath during the morning, or maybe yesterday. You can just see the different coloration on the back end there. Of course, the top end looks more kind of brownish, where you kind of, where the leg, where the tail starts, and where it goes down, you've got the typical grey colour. So it looks like he has thrown some mud on his back yesterday. Ooh, okay. Looks like one of the wild dogs have just jumped up. Sorry, just take a look here quickly. A little scratchy scratch. Scratching all the little fleas. Yep, get rid of the fleas. There we go. Get rid of them. You can imagine they must be full of fleas. But it is a wild dog. It's a wild animal. You can understand. Oh, leaving a bit of the scent. You can see many times when they do like scent marking as well, they'll move, defecate, and sometimes they'll actually just do a little bit of urinating around the area. Leaving a bit of the scent there and doing its toilet break there. Well done. Well done, girl. Coming back to the rest of the pack now. I was probably going to go and sleep again. Very considerate. Sorry about the poll. Of course. Clara, yes, definitely. It's like only my second drive, and it's been amazing. I've had, like, yesterday was some of the elephant sightings that we had yesterday was amazing. It was brilliant. I mean, just seeing them wallowing, the little ones, the big ones, and of course now the wild dogs this morning. And so yes, definitely, I also see great things coming. I think this stunt is going to be so exciting. And I'm still looking for the crimson-breasted shrike. And funny enough, talking about that, we were at Kolobeng, how's that, got it? Kolobeng Dam yesterday. Kolobeng Dam yesterday. And we've actually got a crimson-breasted shrike there with that beautiful black back and of course that beautiful red chest. And but it was there for like a few seconds and it just disappeared and took off. So I'll definitely keep my eyes open again for that. It's definitely one of the birds that I always want to put on screen for some reason. I think it's beautiful. Might be only two colors, but it's just the contrast between the red and the black. It's just amazing. Lactos pictus. So Lactos pictus is of course the Latin name for wild dogs. Lactos pictus. And actually, if I have to translate it, that's a Greek name. So if I have to translate it into English, it actually means painted wolf. So it's a direct translation, Lactos pictus, Greek, and it means painted wolf. So they are part of the Canidae, so they're part of the canine family. And your canine family, of course, you've got your wolves, your dogs, your foxes, your jackal, all part of the Canidae. And the largest of the wild Canidae is, of course, your wolves, your grey wolf. The grey wolf is your largest, and can you believe it? Your wild dogs is pretty much the second largest of the Canidae family, of the wild Canidae. The canines. And those are the most Tina, yes, definitely pure magic as always. I think there's a lot of excitement in this place. New bird species, I'm definitely going to try and mark new species down on my list. That is definite. as well as I think just the topography of this area, and as well as just the diversity of animals and birds and all different, even the bushes and that, and the shrubs. Some interesting ones here, and there's quite a few of them that we do get over in the Greater Kruger Park, which is quite amazing. So you can imagine all the way from the northwest down to the eastern side of South Africa. Got a lot of different, well, a lot of the same plants and flowers. I see a couple of the wild petunias that I've seen around here, the wild hibiscus, a string of stars. So beautiful flowers. All right, well, I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna try and follow up on that kill from yesterday afternoon that we did. It's not too far east from where we are now. I just want to see if anything has come around there. Maybe there might be some predator that might be sitting at that kill, and it's not too far east. So we are going to head into that direction. And while we do that, I think let's get over to Alex in Djuma as he is doing some birding.
Thanks, Cedric. And yes, we are here in Djuma with a very special bird, white-headed vulture, very endangered vulture, and one of my favorites, that is for sure. It's also known to be one of the only vultures that actually hunts. And these birds, in Gorongosa in particular, hunt fish. Very, very cool indeed. So the other vulture that would also hunt is the lappet-faced, being the biggest that we get here in Africa. These are also pretty big vultures themselves, of course highly endangered, and generally occur in pairs, or nest in pairs, and they usually use the same sites. So you would think that there probably is a breeding pair around here, and they normally start breeding around 6 years of age. And a very cool and special bird. Lovely to be able to see it. And lovely that it's hanging around for this long. There's still some brown-headed parrots that are here. You can hear them calling through. There's Cape turtle doves as well, also. Still present. You can actually see the heat waves starting to pick up. So I'm sure rather hot and humid across in the Lowveld. It's not deterring us or the white-headed vulture that's come through. You can actually see construct of its beak. A very strong beak, very strong bird too. Really awesome to see. Lovely that we got to tick this off the list today. Hi Henry, and Henry wanting to know if there is a pecking order with regards to when vultures will feed at carcasses. Certain vultures definitely have certain roles that they play within the carcass dynamic. Of course, the bigger lappet-faced vultures being able to open up carcasses, and then generally the first in. You also have the white-backed and Cape vultures, a very big vulture, the Cape vulture as well. They obviously then get into the entrails of that. This is also a very big vulture, with a lovely big and very strong beak as well. So yes, it would also kind of be very high up there as well. Of course, we get the smaller hooded vultures. And with the hooded vulture, they take on a number of other interesting roles as well. So kind of more going after the entrails and that kind of thing if they are present. And we've even seen them consuming lion dung afterwards. So I've actually seen it here. Had it on dam cam once, where the hooded vulture was actually going after the lion scat. And that's also because of the high prevalence of calcium that was within the lion scat, being able to consume that. I was thinking maybe that this vulture might start moving off. So yeah, so each vulture really plays a different role with regards to decomposition and on the carcass. And there is definitely a hierarchy within that. And these ones do come quite high up the order. Of course, they are very rare, they are endangered, so it's not too often that you would see them. But they would definitely be up there. Very strong bird as well. Rather iconic too, with that very white head. Of course, the dark kind of back and wings, and the white kind of breast that is on it. Got a very cool head as well, a red bill, and then it comes kind of turquoisey blue just after that towards the eye and the cere. The pink legs. The light at the moment not really being the best for that. Hi Mia, yes, a definite win for the bird list, and lovely to have this one. So in fact these are actually a lot smaller than the Cape vulture. As I said, it's the lappet faced, then the Cape, and possibly the white-backed vulture. And the white-backed vulture as well going to be occurring in this area, probably in the highest number. And these birds probably just a bit bigger than that white-backed vulture, but smaller than both the Cape or the lappet faced. Smallest vulture though that we would get, at least in this area, is perhaps the Egyptian vulture, and that would be a rare kind of vagrant. There was one seen a bit further east of here, and there we go, that is the end of our vulture. The Egyptian vulture, a vagrant seen, and was an immature one seen across further east of us. Just down in the tree now. Further east of us in kind of Satara area. See if we can't get a bit closer. Kind of blocked by... Oh, is this actually a... I think this is actually a juvenile fish eagle. I can't see its face. It does look like that. But the smallest occurring vulture in this area would then be the Egyptian vulture if it was a vagrant. And this is a juvenile fish eagle that is here. These from what I just saw around the tree. So this seems to me to be a juvenile fish eagle. Just waiting to confirm its face. It does look like it is. Otherwise, I've got another idea of what that might be. But still just waiting to confirm 100%. It's a bit tough with the face being hidden behind the tree. So yeah, I'm sticking to my guns. I think this is a juvenile African fish eagle. Very cool, lovely to be able to have seen that white-headed vulture as well. Awesome bird to see. Lovely to be able to tick it off the damn cam list. Couple of cuckoos as well, Jacobin cuckoo, at least to me. They are quite similar to the Levians as well. So we are still sitting here with this juvenile African Fish Eagle, and you are with myself, Alex, here at Gari Dam in Djuma. Prior to that, we had the white-headed vulture. Lots of good bird action going on. Jacobin Cuckoo just calling now. Puffback 2. Of course, the very interesting interaction of Tulamba, the female leopard, the lioness, and the elephant earlier on here. Lots of action across in Okakuyo with zebra, wildebeest, springbuck, black-faced impala, the odd gemsbok, one or two of the Adams storks, lovely Cape crows, and we've been across with Cedric and Igor in Madikwe with wild dogs, some zebra, lovely bull elephant, and across with Nick in Kariga with some great giraffe action. So it's been a real humdinger of a Friday here on Escape to Nature. And if you have just joined us, of course, this is a live and interactive experience. So if you do have any questions or comments, things you'd like to know, points you may want to bring up, do please send those through. It's always fantastic when we get to interact with you guys. It's always great to hear from you as well. But lots of action, and long may that continue. So let's just sit here and see if this juvenile African fish eagle does show us a little bit more of itself. It is a little bit windy and gusty, so do excuse the little shake that we do have on camera at the moment. Hi Belinda, it really depends on the bird list that you are running for yourself. So I suppose if you want to jot it down as a bird that you've seen, you're more than welcome to. Maybe it's best to perhaps separate them into a list of birds that you've seen on TV and a list of birds that you've seen in real life. We do have that white-headed vulture that has come back, so definitely going to try and keep both of these in the frame. But I suppose really that is a question for personal preference. So if you wish to do that, please go ahead. You're more than welcome to. Purists would probably say that you shouldn't, or you should separate it, but really up to you. I don't see any issue with that myself. But lovely to be able to see this. Nice to be able to get the white-headed vulture today. Lovely and very special bird. So black-headed oriole that's calling there too. Also one of my more favorite sounds, at least this side of the world. Black-headed orioles, such cool birds as well. They do have a lovely call. So it's fantastic to be able to sit, do some birding, in particular see some of the more endangered ones. This white-headed vulture definitely being a highlight. However, it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on down in Kariga.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, welcome back to Kariga, everybody. Where I can tell you one thing, it is definitely hotter than it looks. It is cooking. Steamy, roasty, whatever word you want to call it. It's warm. But it is still nonetheless lovely to be out and about. So I've just kind of repositioned myself a little bit. So earlier on I was kind of parked relatively close to where these eland are. And it, like I said, is absolutely cooking today. But I just wanted to make sure that my presence I'd parked right next to that little mud wallow and nobody was really coming down there. So I thought potentially that I might be putting 1 or 2 animals off.
Sadly, we did just lose Nick. We are back here in Djuma at Gari Dam. Just having a little pan and scan to see what else is around. There was a rather large herd of impala earlier on. And let's just see if they are still hanging about. Definitely hanging about on the right side of the dam, because the cats were on the other side. The impala were around here in this kind of clear open area, but with the wind they might have moved back into the thickets. Let's just have a little look and see. And there we go. A couple of them still here, but definitely kind of moving off into the thickets, kind of sheltering away from all this wind that is around. Maybe just see the last of the ewes as they head off back into the thicket over here. Holly, yes, they are really underrated. Of course, the reason for that being their large numbers, and in particular in this area, all the way up the eastern kind of coast side of Africa, throughout the Rift Valley up. Good numbers of them. They're very successful antelope. Some would argue the most successful antelope in Africa. Perhaps that detracts from them, but they are really special. They're very elegant. Lots of cool things about them as well. And they clearly have moved off into the thicket right now. I think that is probably going to be the last we see of them while the wind is doing exactly this. So what I'm going to do is scan back. Let's have a look to see if anyone else has come through down to the water's edge or even into the dam. Obviously had 2 crocodiles and the hippo around as well. Just going to have a little pan and scan. Why not? We are here. And always good to just check in to see who else may be with us. Looks like another bird of prey down there. Actually looks like, just want to see if I can't get closer. That looks to be an immature white-headed vulture. Dark head, and then turns to white. So to me that is that. If you've got a differing opinion, please do let me know. That's a very similar head structure, and that is an immature or juvenile white-headed vulture. Very, very cool indeed. Lovely to see that. Very different to the adult that we just saw with that very white head. These immature ones have a very dark head, and then the white plumage then coming through as they molt. Of course, that white chest then that also develops. So very cool. A little bit of growing still to do, but something different to see as well. And really rather special. Woodlands kingfishers still around. And this isn't something you see every day, so something we're going to just sit and enjoy. Hi, Joanna. Yes, most definitely. Of course, muscles and tendons, otherwise they wouldn't really be able to move those wings. It wouldn't really serve a purpose. So there's obviously that bone that runs down, of course, feathers too. And if you've ever eaten chicken, which I'm sure you have, if you look at a chicken wing, definitely muscles and the rest in that. So kind of, if you take that and extrapolate it out to what a bird of prey wing would look like, you would be able to tell that there is definitely muscles that are present.
To wrap up our compelling World Wildlife Day celebration, we are sitting down to share a fireside chat. Join James, Steve, and ex-Springbok rugby player and conservationist Joe Peterson as they discuss this year's theme, Partnership in Conservation. They will be taking an in-depth look at each of the charities that joined us on safari and discussing useful ways that we can uplift one another. Come along as we make a difference together.
So this is not something you see every day, particularly if you're a twitcher. You will thoroughly enjoy this. Juvenile white-headed vulture in frame at the moment. We're just going to sit here and enjoy it for what it is for the moment. Nice to be able to view and see different things. Very special anyway. A little bit of a preen going on, it seems. Quite a bit of bird activity around as well, even though it is rather windy. Woodlands kingfishers being their vocal selves. But a special scene here anyway. Nice to just sit back and enjoy it. Hi, Jimmy. And they do vocalize, particularly here hisses. And generally when there are lots of them around a carcass, you'll kind of hear that kind of weird kind of hissing sound, almost like snakes really. Of quite disconcerting as well when you do hear it. But more vocal around carcasses. Kind of that like sea sound that I was talking about going on. Wind definitely picking up here. But this is, as I said, not something we see every day. And definitely one just to sit back and enjoy anyway. So it's quite cool actually with the sun coming through now. Nice to be able to pick up on this different color as well. And you also start to hopefully see a little bit of that blue just in front of its bill. And the pink from there, right at the tip of that bill. Some hornbills as well, slowly starting to vocalize too. I think let's zoom back out. Let's have a look. We were meant to be looking to see if anyone else had come down. Come down to the water. There you go. The hornbills. We'll come back and look at that juvenile white-headed vulture just now. Just waiting to see. Looks like that is probably the adult. Has been moving about. Oh no, wow. It's definitely a day for birds of prey. That is a tawny eagle. So wow, we really are doing quite a lot over here. Tawny eagle now coming through. So we've had that juvenile African fish eagle, the juvenile white-headed vulture, the white-headed adult vulture, and the tawny eagle. And clearly a day for predators because we've also seen two big cats in the area. Of course there are cheetah around too, but rather slim pickings in terms of sightings. Probably not something we'd see here. Hi Wendy. Yes, there are a number of different color forms that the tawny eagles do take. A kind of chocolatey form as well. One that's a bit paler than this, and of course this tawny coloration as well. Very special bird, very wide distribution. Found all the way up into India as well. One of the oldest birds of prey that was ever recorded was a tawny eagle. That tawny eagle, and that was an age of 60 years of age, and that was in the wild as well, so that's really impressive too. I've got such a cool scientific name though as well, one I really enjoy, Aquila rapax. The tawny eagle, lovely to sit back and just enjoy them. And clearly a bird of prey day. It's quite awesome to be able to showcase all the diversity as well. Very, very cool. Hi, Annie. Yes, it really has been so special to be able to jot down 3 birds of prey, and as you say, in one kind of sighting, or sitting, really, if you want to call it that. But really special. Lovely to be able to get them all. Still lots of other bird vocals going on. Perhaps with the wind, that's maybe what's keeping these birds around and on these dead trees at the moment. But very special. Lovely just to be able to sit and enjoy them. And that is exactly what the plan of action is right now. Just sitting and watching, taking in the special birds of prey that are around. Hi, Julia. Yes, it really doesn't ever get old. And best soak it all in, because in the next 6 weeks or so, they will start to migrate back north to equatorial Africa. They are intra-African migrants. And we will then slowly start to miss them again. And that obviously being throughout the dry winter months. But this tawny eagle will hang around. A little bit of a preen going on. Lovely just to be able to sit back and enjoy it. Really, really cool bird. So we've done some fantastic birding here in Djuma. Really has been rather awesome. But it is time for us to head back over to Cedric and Igor in Madikwe and see what's going on there at their waterhole.
So, Alex, I'm glad you got some great birding over there at Djuma. It's always beautiful. Great to see some birds of prey, especially the white-headed vulture. That is magnifique. Beautiful. But yes, I'm at Kolobeng Dam. Kolobeng Dam is one of the dams on the northern side of Madikwe. And as you can see, we've got little whatties, mom and 2 piglets. And they are so cute, and off they go. Look at those little tails. Aren't they sweet? I love it when they lift those tails up. And of course, following mom. That's like a follow me sign. So if they do go into really long grass, that the little ones can see where mom is. Off they go. Looks like they had their morning drink, or actually their midday drink. Looks like they've pushed off. And of course, you've got all those zebbies. They're just really enjoying the side of the dam here. They did come down for a drink, but looks like they've all relaxed now. But I did leave the wild dogs. They're fast asleep. I didn't get too much action from that. Maybe this afternoon we see if we can back north again, see if we can relocate on those wild dogs. But for now, just gonna take it easy. Oh yes, we were at Kolobeng Dam. We were actually here yesterday. We saw a certain finch. Do you want to see that finch? Wilma, yes, everything is standing still. Almost looks like we weren't live there. But yeah. Thanks, Mel. Yeah, Malmo, definitely they look like they were quite like statues there. But there was a finch yesterday that I could not ID around here at this dam. And if you were watching yesterday afternoon at our sunset safari, I went to go and quickly do a follow-up, and of course Igor helped out on that one, and we found out it was called a scaly feathered finch. Scaly feathered finch. It's quite a pretty bird. Nice little finch. Looks like it's got a moustache, like a Mexican moustache. Yeah, like those long moustaches that come all the way down past the chin. Yeah. Handre, scaly feathered finch. Handele, handele. But it looks like all the zebbies are going there with the wildebeest. Of course, always sticking together. And because there's so many big open plains in this area, that's the quantity of zebras and wildebeest is immense. It's amazing. So I'm just trying to look at something there. So I just had to readjust my mic there quickly. What do you see there, Eagle? Oh, the spurwing. Oh, some spurwing geese. That's nice as well to see. We do get to see them now and again over, but we'll try and see if we can get them into frame now. I do apologize, there will be a pole that we will be bypassing. Not really. Oh, okay. He deleted the poll. Erased it. But yeah, I'm gonna like a couple of spurs or 3 spurwing geese. But as I said, we do get them now and again. We get them coming through there in the Lowveld, Mpumalanga area. I have seen them that side, and as well all the way down to Western Cape. But it's nice to see them up here in the northwest at Madikwe. And quite large geese, and if they do fly, they look, I think they're almost, I said maybe half the size, oh no, sorry, double the size of the Egyptian geese, maybe just a little bit less than that, I think. Just a little bit less. But spurwing geese, and why they call it spurwing geese, that they actually got like little spurs on the side, on the front of their wings, so they actually, when they do fight the males, they use it in their battles, so they can do a lot of battles. Oh, we got an elephant as well, slowly making its way. Yeah, we got an elephant making its way down here. Doo doo doo. It just looks like a single male. I'm just going to double check there. Oh. Eagle's definitely throwing some funnies here today. But yeah, you can see a single male just coming down. Oh, there's another one. Sorry, there's 2. And they're getting, looks like they're very excited to get to this watering hole for this morning. Oh, there's a little one. Sorry, it's a female with a baby. Oh, it's a herd. Hold on. Dee-dee-dee. Nice, that is so cute. Oh, so they're coming down to the dam, of course, mom, and looks like maybe another female behind the youngster, but they're going to come out there. They go, watch. And this little one is so small. He's trying to keep up with mom, watch. He's just trotting along. Wait, I'm coming. It's amazing. And look how they keep it in the middle. They keep the little calf in the middle between the 2 older ones. So just that protection from the herd. It's amazing. And mom is really on a mission. That little one is, it's like trying its utmost best to, like 1,000 steps. Every step is the little one's like has to put in 1,000 steps to keep up there. So yeah, shame. Oh, are you going to get down there? Oh, you're going to get down there. Oh, maybe try. try and maneuver a little bit of a different place. You know, come on, little one, you can do it. You can do it, you can do it. Mom, help the little one. Oh, he wants to get down. Oh, the wall's too high. Yes. No. Ooh. There you go. There we go. Well maneuvered. That's it. Training. All practicing. One day it has to go down these big embankments. Well done, little one. Time to drink. Oh. I don't think it thought it was so deep. Wait, hold on. Yeah, my mom was like, no, you're not going to go so deep, though. You know, you're going to get out there. Shame. How clumsy. I think that little one reminds me of myself. Sorry. It is so oh no. That was a classic. That was classic. As I said, it reminds me of myself, that the youngster. Oh, aren't they adorable? And of course, just trying to get in there, try and get some water for itself, and putting its whole head in there. It's like, oh. Looks like he's the only one that's really having a lot of fun here at the watering hole. Oh, here comes, oh my goodness gracious me. I did not see that. I was like concentrating on that little one on the screen. But that little one is quite, but there's a huge herd. Alright, the entire family has decided to come and join us here at the dam. Wow. It's amazing. You think such a big animal you would find to see them. You'd think to spot them from a mile away, but all of a sudden they just appear out of nowhere. And that little one is having so much fun now, Iko. Look at that. Oh. And Mom's like, come now. Behave yourself. There's other people here now. And little one, you can see, fitting under Mom's, definitely like a year and younger. And try and get its whole face in there. Try and drink some water by other ways, not using the trunk. Yeah. And it's amazing how Mom's, she's so gentle with the youngsters, knowing all the time what it's up to, and making sure it's safe, and having a time of its life. Oh, 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 oh. He's naughty. He's naughty. He just wants to play in the water. He just wants to be in the water and splash. She's got a trunk full, not her hands full, but a trunk full there. I keep that one under control. We've got a bit of a face-off here, a little bit of a one that's approaching us here on the dam wall. Hello. Good morning or good afternoon. Hello. A young male. He's just coming to investigate. Hello, yes. Can you shake your head at us? Don't worry, we just enjoy being here with you. Hmm? Yes. I can't go anywhere. Oh, I was going to try and get down. Earth lover, yes, it is. That is definitely one of the cutest and the nice little thing that we've seen for a long time. I loved it. I think that youngster, and he's still busy playing. I think maybe we'll go back there now and take a look. And he's still with Mom in the center of everybody. He's like the center of attraction here at the moment. As you can see, he's splashing around, or she's, I'm sure it's a young male, splashing around there with Mom. I think now, Mom's like that. That's enough now. The game time is over. Time to relax. But wow, there's so many elephants here now. It's tough to just take a look all around. It's very important, these water systems around these areas. As you can just see, I mean, elephants rely a lot on water. A big elephant can drink up to about 70 liters per time at a watering hole, and they have to, almost like on hot days, maybe drink twice a day. So these watering holes are very, very important for these animals. Oh, I'm just going to duck down here. Got one, that's another young male that's just enjoying a bit of a drink here. And it looks like those, oh, they're off. Lenny, yes, I think there's some tusks. There's recorded tusks of up to about 60 kilograms per tusk. So 60 kgs per tusk. Those are the big tuskers. So that's it's a huge weight. I know there in Kruger National Park, there's a camp called Letaba, where they've got all the old tusks there, and all the, like, I can say, magnificent elephants, the ones with those big tusks, and I think some of them, just a single tusk can weigh up to about 60 kilograms. So it just shows you, I mean, that's heavy. That's just one. So if you've got two tusks, I mean, that's what, 120 plus minus 120 kgs. So you can imagine carrying that all day long. Yeah. And these ones are coming to join others. I think it's the same family, maybe two different herds. I'm sure it's the same family. Oh, a bit of excitement, yeah. It's amazing, they just had water on the other side of the dam, and I think it's the same herd. So I think they just came to join the rest of the herd on the opposite side, just to come and drink some more. Yeah, I feel a little bit more comfortable being all together. Oh, and the little one is back in the water again, the naughty one. Yep, there he is. There he is, Mr. There's little naughty. He's still been enjoying, he's still playing around. I think after this session here at the dam, I'm sure that young calf is gonna rest a little bit with Mom. All that energy is being spent here now. Move on. What a beautiful setting, eh? And seeing all of them in a row like that, and just a little bit of ripples of the water and a reflection coming off there as well. Absolutely stunning. Marissa, yes. Man, I can imagine all of them going into this dam and having a bit of a pool party. That would be awesome. But I think Mariska, I think we've got a lot of cloud cover at the moment. It's not really that warm. It's nice and cool for the day like this here at Madikwe. I mean, it's midday, a lot of cloud cover, and I think 10 to 1. I think they'll just have a drink and then they'll move away. I think if there was no clouds and it was a very hot day, midday now, they definitely have 1 or 2 or 3 of them inside of the water and splashing themselves full of mud and keeping themselves nice and cool. But I think the day is just ideal for them not to do that. But I would love it. Coming to rest a little bit before they finish up. I'm sure they're now going to move off and go and feed around here in the surrounding areas. But this is definitely one family, one herd. And of course, in this herd there, so I'm just trying to see which one you'll find. It's difficult to tell who's the matriarch. You can't just say, that one is the matriarch because it's in front. No, it's all to do with the communication, body gestures. And you've got to sit for some time to really kind of work out who's really leading the herd.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
You see that one in front was communicating there now, eh? So that one in front was communicating quite a bit there. So of course she's telling them now to let's move on. Yeah, I don't know, maybe she could be the matriarch. There's these two big females there. He's back into the water again. Ay, ay, ay. Nah. Poor mom was like, come now. That's enough now. That's it. You know, that's it. Come now. Move on. Candace, I haven't seen. I've seen elephants by accident, you know, kick the calf and all that, but I've never seen them trample on the calf unintentionally. So, Candace, I'm not too sure. I'm sure it does happen if there's a huge stampede for some other reason, and there's a fright, and and the elephants get all flustered and that. Maybe then, but other than that, if it's like them now that walk together, they know exactly where their calf is. All of that time, they touch. So. And they use a trunk as well, so they know exactly where the calf is. They might kick the calf around a bit and like move on, but other than that, trampling on the calf, no, I don't think that is a common occurrence. I've never seen it. So I think they take too much or too much care on their youngsters and all that to actually kind of be so negligent. That little one's still too busy in the background. Well, I mean, there it goes. Yeah, it's amazing. 2 days here at Madikwe, and got to see so many elephants and this kind of interaction at watering holes. That's magical. This is something that I never thought I was going to be seeing so quickly. So, it just shows you things can happen. I mean, we stopped at this dam. Actually, we were just viewing some beautiful zebra and warthogs, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this entire herd just appeared. Oh, a young male there as well. Oh. Yeah, there's one right next to the vehicle. I can just see him over the bar. And just shows you how important those trunks are for the elephants. Very important. Coming to feeding, coming to drinking, you know, those kind of things. The trunk is quite of a thing that they need all the time, and especially if they're drinking. I mean, I know that sometimes they have to, I mean, like there is a disease called a lazy trunk disease, and that lazy trunk disease pretty much comes about because of nerves inside of the trunk itself that dies, and then they cannot use the trunk no more. So in other words, all the 40,000 muscles become completely paralyzed. And once it becomes paralyzed, then you'll see they don't know how to drink water, and they actually die of dehydration. And that's we call it a lazy trunk disease. They can still feed, so they can still get to put their mouths at the branches and that and still feed. But when it comes to drinking, it becomes a big problem. Sorry, did you I didn't copy comms there. Right, well, we're gonna, I think we're gonna be leaving this dam. We're going a little bit further south. While we do that, let's head over to Alex, as he's sitting once again with some big birds.
Thanks, Cedric. Yeah, they're definitely some big birds. The largest of them all. And we've just got a beautiful sort of landscape scene here. There's so much depth to the picture. You can see our buffaloes are up and moving there in the background, back right. There's a layer of blesbok between our buffalo and ostrich, and it's just nice to be watching all the animals starting to slowly move out and about again. It has been a very, very warm day here at Kariega, so I am a little surprised to see those buffaloes up and moving now. But they have come from the direction of Scotia Dam, from those mud wallows there. You see some blesbok trotting in front of them. And in terms of where these ostrich are, it's quite hard to give a bit of perspective, but they're obviously in this open clearing like we can see, but they're right up on the southeastern edge of the clearing. And there's a road that pops out from the thickets, and the wind is almost funneling through this road here, and they've kind of lined themselves perfectly up with this little road. And you can see how it looks like they are getting a good amount of that breeze there, ruffling up their feathers every now and then. We've got a nice mix match of male ostrich as well as female ostrich. More of them further to the left hand side. There's around 10 or 11 of them or so, so definitely quite a lot of ostrich. Amazing to see so many of them together. All mature individuals, no little young ones running around here. Remember, ostrich chicks do develop very, very quickly. In terms of the movement of the buffalo herd in the back there, moving in towards the wind. Cameron, thanks for the question. In terms of the average size of an ostrich chick, I believe it's just short of a kilogram. Remember that they are the sort of the largest birds that we will be getting. I mean, when those chicks are born, they are weighty. You know, in terms of a fully grown weight of an adult, it's probably going to be closer to about 130, 140. And those at least those youngsters should be closer to around a kilo, just short of that. So I mean, they are quite big, quite chunky. So remember, when those chicks hatch, it's a little difficult for them. You know, you look at a lot of different birds and they've got that quite well-known egg tooth that helps them to break out of that egg. So the ostrich chicks, they don't have that egg tooth. So they've really got to struggle and fight their way out. And remember, that egg itself is a massive egg. And it's a very hard-shelled egg as well. It's not a soft type of egg. So a combination of those two factors, it makes it quite tricky for that chick to get out. And on their way, while they're struggling to get out of the egg, that yolk sac that is obviously encapsulated in the egg casing itself, they swallow a lot of that in the process of trying to get out, trying to peck their way out of that egg. And that yolk sac pretty much keeps them going for the first 24 to 48 hours or so of their life. Which is really interesting. But they do develop very, very quickly. You go from sort of month 1 to around month 6 of age, and a massive difference, both in terms of independence and also in terms of size. Even from a very young age, the chicks are quite independent. It's not like the parents are going to feed them know, they'll walk around with the parents, but they'll watch what the parents are eating, watch what they're feeding upon. And kind of learn as they go. And it is always exciting looking around for the little ostrich nests and things like that, and the little chicks. You know, a lot of them did hatch over the sort of the start of the January period. But I'm definitely keeping an eye out for them just to see if I can spot any of them moving around. I've only seen mature ones, big ones, over the past few days. Here's some white-necked ravens calling overhead. See one just kind of drop down to the ground just on the right-hand side behind that ostrich. I don't know if you saw that. There goes another one. So a little bit of birding here at Kariega. I've been keeping a good lookout. I unfortunately haven't seen any yellow-billed kites today. Remember earlier on at the start of Escape to Nature, we're starting to chat about, you know, some of our migratory species and things like that. And it does look like there definitely are not as many of our migratory birds now at the start of March as there were at the start of the year. So I'm definitely a fan of winter. I think the conditions that it provides are amazing. That's just my personal favorite. But each time of the year provides a different sort of attractive perspective, you know, a different point of view. And summer definitely has a lot of diversity and variety of birds. You look at our ostriches here, they're not going to be migrating anywhere. They are going to be sticking right where they are here. How's that for a scene? That is absolutely beautiful. You can see we've also got some zebras right in the distance at the back there. And that big sort of prominent tree, that is the Scotia tree in the center of the frame closer to the top by Scotia Dam itself. So just to give you an idea of exactly where we are. So we're going where the animals take us. Talking about Scotia trees, I am close to another Scotia tree on this side of the clearing, a Karoo boerbean. Remember, there are many different species of the boerbeans here down at Kariega. The most prominent one is going to be the Karoo boerbean. You'll get a dwarf boerbean as well. The weeping boerbean will be one of the more common ones up in the Lowveld compared to here. But all of the boerbean trees having those very vivid red colored flowers. And this Karoo boerbean that I'm close to does have some flowers, which definitely attracts a lot of birds. So So I've been keeping an eye out for any sunbirds, lesser double-collared sunbirds. I heard a bookmakeri calling earlier. Southern booboo I've seen in the area here once or twice, can't see any of them now. I think as the wind starts to pick up, a lot of our smaller birds like bookmakeri, southern booboos, you think of some of your Apellis species and things like that, even your pipits, a lot of the lighter weight birds won't really be flying around as much. They're going to get a bit more buffeted by the wind. So remember, in a scene like this, we want to get as much of this area in this in focus as possible. So you wouldn't want to shoot at 2.8. Remember, a lot of lenses are quite attractive when you see that's got that very wide aperture of 2.8, but that would be counterproductive in this scene here. You don't just want to focus on the giraffe in the center, or at least the ostrich in the center here. You want to get those blesbok, you want to get the zebras. You want to get some of the habitat in focus. So the last thing we would be doing was using 2.8 as a f-stop, as an aperture here. And it's a little bit confusing sometimes when you speak about apertures. You speak about a wide f-stop, and you think that would be quite broad in terms of, its coverage. But I mean, technically speaking, a wide f-stop or aperture is technically a small one. It's 2.8, whereas a very narrow f-stop is, f8, f11, f16, which is allowing a lot more area to be in focus. It's always one that is a little bit confusing, but just remember, kind of as a general rule of thumb, the lower down on the number scale your f-stop, so f2.8, that's going to be a smaller amount of area in focus, whereas the greater that number of f11 or f16, the greater the area that will be in focus. You can see how that ostrich in the center, just off to the left, there's kind of just opened up his wing a little bit, just letting a little bit of airflow move through those feathers there. And you can see how the majority of them are kind of hanging their wings down a little bit and kind of plumping them up into the sides. So just same as that one who's got his wing out a lot more pronounced, just allowing a lot more of the wind to flow through those feathers, keep them cool there. Obviously ostrich very well developed and adapted to stay cool. Good thermoregulation techniques. We zoomed out quite far here, but if we had to go a lot closer in, you would more than likely see a lot of them with their beak open, helping them to keep cool. You look at the neck, there's no feathers on the neck, there's no feathers on the legs. You can imagine if it was black feathers all the way up on the neck and the legs, that would increase their core body temperature quite a lot. So there's another little scene that I would absolutely love to show you guys, and something I'm still searching for, is ostrich eating some rocks, swallowing some rocks. Stacy, in terms of the preening gland for the ostrich, that'll be above the base of the tail. So they'll kind of have to turn their neck around, almost in like a corkscrew type of position. And you'll see their beak touching, or gathering rather, a lot of those preening oils from above the base of the tail there, and then from there working that beak that has gathered the oils through all of those feathers, maintaining the hygiene of those feathers, making sure they are in the right sort of shape. So for most birds, it is in that spot above the base of the tail. You know, there's one or two birds of where it differs. You know, you look at your saddle-billed stork. It's on the front of the chest, in the center of the front of the chest. Remember, for that saddle-billed stork, there's got a lot of white feathers, and then there's that characteristic red circle. That is the preening gland for a saddle-billed stork. But obviously for the ostrich, there is quite a sort of a feather covering on top of the preen gland, so I can't zoom in and point it out from here. So I think the name of the game for these ostrich now is really just to cool down during this hot day. But after something like big rains where the condition of those feathers, you know, they want to maintain that. Maybe the feathers, you know, are kind of stuck to each other. So after a big rain, after bad sort of weather conditions, usually a very good time for a lot of different bird species to do some preening. You know, you look at a lot of birds, even in the morning, you know, it's almost like a habit. A lot of birds will do a lot of preening early morning, and then finding a nice little shrub to call from. You know, it's almost like the daily housework of the day. Remember, for ostrich, they've got a very deep type of call. It's more of like a boom. If you haven't heard it before, you know, it would be understandable that you could potentially mistake it for the call of a very distant lion. Excuse me. It is that very deep type of boom. But in conditions like this, where the wind is picking up more and more, it's not like the call of an ostrich would travel very far now. So it would be counterproductive to call. You know, it's not like it's going to be traveling very far. So I'd be surprised if anybody did call now.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madikwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Yeah, so it's been interesting to see how, haven't heard those African fish eagles, haven't heard the crowned eagles either. Remember on either side, oh, there's a little bit of a display. Oh, look at those feathers. When they lift them up like that, that is beautiful. Almost just like a little domestic argument there, little domestic dispute. Pretty quickly settled, everybody's happy once again. Amazing to see them lift up those wings and flare those feathers up like that. Remember, for the male ostriches, they have those whiter sort of wingtips, and you see that a lot when the male is displaying to the female. How they kind of stop behind the female, sway their head from side to side in that corkscrew fashion, and you see those white wingtips flicking quite often as they do that display, and even while they walk following the female. You see this female holding her wings out to the side like that there, which is quite characteristic of the females. Remember, during the sort of the courtship process, when the female is kind of allowing the male acceptance to go closer to her and make his advance, she walks with her head quite low to the ground, but with the wings hanging down, but almost in like a front facing position, quite an exaggerated type of pose. I think what we saw there was more just a dispute amongst those three individuals. Everybody's happy once again. You can see feeding as they go along. I really enjoy the darker feathers of those male ostrich. You can see that one on the left hand side. It's got stunning plumage. So obviously another way that we can see that it was just another dispute amongst individuals and not a courtship advance is that there is no sort of breeding plumage that is shown on the males that they are wanting to mate. Remember, when the males go into that breeding season plumage, they still have those black feathers, but you start to see the shins, the front legs of the male ostrich start to go that very vivid type of pink color. As well as even the throat, it starts to get a lot more saturated pink reddish color as well. And remember, the more saturated those colors are, the better. So remember giraffe. Keep mixing our ostrich up with giraffe, both big species. So remember, for our ostrich, they do have incredible eyesight. So the size of the eye is absolutely massive relative to the size of the head. So amazing eyesight. And obviously because of that, the females are able to quite closely scrutinize the condition of a male. So she'll easily be able to pick out if there is another male who looks to have potentially better genes, he's better looking, if he's got those more saturated pink colors compared to another male. Chelsea, I agree, yeah, they do forage quite elegantly, just kind of pecking as they go along. Remember, they don't have any type of teeth. They've just got that pretty good sized beak to be dealing with. So they're going to be pecking at a whole lot of different things. But they do need to also be a little bit more selective just in terms of not having those teeth. So like I was starting to say earlier, I'd love to show you some live footage of giraffe. There it is again. Need to get a bit more water into the system, lubricate the brain, hydrate the brain. Yeah, so what I was saying is the ostrich not having any teeth, so I'd love to try and get that footage of them swallowing some pebbles. Remember, they're going to swallow those pebbles, and that's going to sit in their stomach and help with the digestion process. So they're basically going to be grinding a lot of their food material up. It's amazing all of the different strategies and adaptations that nature has. I mean, in terms of what they're going to eat, it is quite varied. You know, they're definitely going to need to be specific to not eat anything massively large. But I mean, they can eat quite a wide variety of different things, you know, leaves and roots, berries, seeds, those types of things. While our ostrich, not giraffe, I got it right there, while our ostrich gracefully continue to feed here, I think let's take you across to Alex, who's got a reptile on dam cam.
Thanks, Nick, and indeed, I do have a reptile on dam cam, and it is one of the new residents that has come through for us. It seems to be the bigger of the two Nile crocodiles. And it did just have its mouth open, kind of basking, regulating its temperature. Of course, being ectothermic, using the sun to kind of power up for the day. It is rather windy. You did see it is rather overcast here too. So clearly conserving energy. Did also have that mother crocodile last week eating the terrapin, so I'm sure they both might have consumed a number of the terrapins that are around. It's unfortunate for Dewey because the terrapins are Dewey's friends and they generally kind of hitchhike around Gari Dam on his back when he is around. But the croc's clearly enjoying this new home for now. And quite special to see. There's a grey heron. Lots of birds of prey, and of course, this crocodile and two other felines earlier. So, really quite a lot going on if you consider the predators we have seen today. Lovely way to showcase diversity. It is getting rather windy. I'm going to come back out a little bit. Hopefully that will kind of counteract the effect of the wind. Where that croc is right now is the little kind of gully side of Gari Dam, where the water then does go down into the drainage line and then further down from there, kind of spooling out. But there's still lots of water here in Gari Dam. You'll see from that bumper amount of rain we have received in this area at least. And a pretty decent sized crocodile that is here at the moment. So the woodland kingfish is still calling, and black-headed oriole as well. Crocodile doesn't seem to be doing too much. Let's just see if who else might be here. Just zoom out, so do bear with me. I'll come back and check up on the croc just now. Just want to keep tabs. Who else may be around? We've got 2 more birds of prey. Perhaps too different for us to add to our list of the day. It does look like that is the case, and I think it's actually the smallest of the vulture species that we do get, just from the size and shape of their head, and it is indeed that. The hooded vultures. Characteristically pink head, of course quite a slender bill for a vulture. Also rather endangered. Very cool to see them. 2 vulture species today. 2 eagle species as well. Really rather pleasant. But one seems to be flying off. So the one hooded vulture did just fly off. This one does look like it may also get a move on. Just hang here for a second and wait to see if that is the case. I'm having a good look around though. So just waiting to see if this bird does move on. Lovely light that's coming through the cloud cover now onto it. You can see that kind of red head. Lovely brown feathers. The wind rather intense at the moment. So those woodlands kingfishers still being rather loud. Black-headed orioles also very noisy today. Lovely to hear them. And just watching as this hooded vulture kind of preens itself. The other one did just leave. I'm waiting to see if this one also might get in on its bicycle and move off. Wind being rather blusty. If that isn't the case, we'll have a look and see what the crocodile is up to, although pretty sure not too much. Hi, Gavin. Yes, indeed. It is amazing how I can just sit there and perch. Really not a care in the world. It's a very good observation there, being able to use its environment to its advantage. Sounds like a puffback as well around. Still just waiting to see if this hooded vulture may move. It's having a little bit of a preen at the moment. That's also quite cool to watch. Just waiting to see what may unfold. So still a little bit of preening going on. And of course, if you have joined us, today is World Wildlife Day, and Wild Earth is of course celebrating this, and we will be chatting about wildlife conservation, and our teams will be joined by special guests during the Sunset Safari this afternoon. Joe Peterson will also be joining the Djuma team for a special fireside chat, and that is at 8 p.m. CAT to talk about his conservation efforts. So be sure not to miss out as we celebrate World Wildlife Day today. And it is also open, that fireside chat, for all registered viewers. But lots of diversity, and we've been able to showcase quite a fair bit today. 2 different vultures, 2 eagles, a Nile crocodile, a leopard, a lion, elephant, wild dogs, eland, giraffe, springbuck, zebra, oryx, black-faced impala, Abham storks. So really lots going on today. And of course, fantastic that we were able to enjoy such an awesome escape to nature and immerse ourselves in exactly that, wildlife. Really quite fun. Sadly, it is coming towards that time of the day. We do have to start wrapping up. We do also have to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to the wildlife and the lovely habitat that they were existing in, coming to us from. Of course, thank you from all of us here at Wild Earth, with different locations, as well as in MC2. It's been a fantastic escape to nature. Awesome scenes. And we are going to leave you with this endangered vulture, and hope that you have a fantastic Friday after this. But from all of us, cheerio, enjoy, have fun, and tune in again tomorrow morning.